Done for everyone. And
Okay.
thank
Yeah.
you.
So just if you started the Facebook Live.
It's loading into the
Okay.
platform.
Yeah. So just yeah, be aware of microphones.
We're now live, I think.
All right. People don't need to see my Star Wars PJs. Okay. I got my weekend casual PJs on, not my work PJs. Life in the pandemic, right? Okay. So about 4 minutes. So we're still waiting on. Yeah, Kristen will. I guess she'll get in when she gets in, and then I'll text her privately to get her up to speed. Okay. We could probably start now if you wanted. Well, we'll wait till 10 o'clock because it's what we promised.
Okay, we are live.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have a total of 5 speakers. So usually I will start with a story, but I think we're going to jump right into storytellers, and we'll see where we are on the other end, and I'll wrap up. I may wrap up with the story, but I want to make sure that everybody gets a chance to, everyone gets a chance to share without running out of time, because we have a hard, we have a hard out at the 2-hour mark, because then we're going to transition over to Liana's microdosing session. And
Hey, maybe, Bob, maybe you want to present today's program?
Yeah, I will. Yeah, that's right. We're live now. Okay, ready. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 4 of the Thank You Plant Medicine Ouroboros Story Hour storytelling sessions at the first ever World of Wisdom. I'm your host and producer, Bob Cohen. I'm a dad, writer, teacher, and bluesman. When I'm not stuck at home playing hide and seek with COVID-19 and doom scrolling about the end of Western civilization, I teach writing and literature, and I'm writing a memoir about my medicine journey. A few words about photography and recording. This is being broadcast on Zoom and Facebook Live, and we're recording the event. So if you're camera shy and joining us on Zoom, you can turn off your video feed. So a quick word about World of Wisdom. It's a simple framework of 10 guiding principles for welcoming personal, local, and global challenges using curiosity, playfulness, and co-creation. It combines timeless wisdom, modern knowledge, and human creativity. World of Wisdom is more than festivals or retreats. It's an experiment in human development, a place for you to explore, grow, heal, connect, experiment, play, and co-create. Thank You Plant Medicine. This is being produced in association with Thank You Plant Medicine. TYPM is a diverse global collective of individuals, groups, and organizations united by a deep gratitude and appreciation for psychoactive plants and medicines and psychedelics. Ouroboros Story Hour is a monthly live unscripted storytelling production. Our mission is to promote deep personal and societal healing and radical acceptance of ourselves and others by sharing and witnessing stories about experiences with teaching plants, psychedelics, and other consciousness hacking practices. We offer co-created spaces for people to share their deepest healing journeys and personal explorations on both sides of the microphone. A couple of quick reminders, or several quick reminders rather. This is a share, not a show. Story Hour is about co-creating moments, not creating performances. The stories and views expressed by the storytellers belong to the people who share them. Story Hour is a substance-free event, and we do not explicitly recommend anyone take anything. And last, entheogenic substances or psychedelics are safe but powerful medicines. If you feel called to this path, please do your own research and use good judgment. Today's featured storytellers are going to be Jamie Stanikowski, Julie Wilkins, Kristen Davenport, Liana Sylvie, and Alex DeMall. So normally I will open up the show, I'll open up the share with a story myself, but we have 5 speakers in 2 hours. So I'm going to launch right into the storytellers first, and then time permitting, I'll tell the story at the end. So Jamie, you're up. Jamie Davenport was wrong last name. Jamie was a physical therapist for 33 years and became dissatisfied and disillusioned with the limitations created by society and the emphasis and faith placed on Western medicine. She was conveniently bitch slapped, and that's in quotes, by the universe, and was called to be a healer in a different capacity. And after learning to heal herself, she is now a shaman, Reiki master, teacher, hypnotist, intuitive counselor, psychic, and is practicing mediumship to expand her awareness to serve others on their path to healing wholeness. Jamie plans to tell a story about her latest journey with 5-MeO-DMT/Bufo alvarius. That's toad medicine. It's the strongest psychedelic known to humanity. Jamie, without any further ado, the floor is yours. Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you. I was hoping that you were going to do your story first, but okay. I know we have a lot of speakers. I just want to thank you, Bob, and you, John, for forming this community and spreading the word about these medicines. And yes, they are powerful hallucinogens, but they are medicine, and people do not realize that they're medicine. And they do have the ability to change your life and your perspective in just one dose. You know, they'll give you the tools, but you have to implement them. I think that it's important to say that ayahuasca and all these medicines will teach you things to do, but it's up to you to implement the changes. And I think a lot of people go in and just, I'm going to do ayahuasca one time and your life's changed, but if you don't implement the changes, then nothing changes, right? So here we go. I set my intention. I've been on this path for several years and set my intention when I first found out about ayahuasca about 5 or 6 years ago to do ayahuasca. And within 3 months, I was in Costa Rica doing ayahuasca. And over the course of a few years, I've met people all over the world and have learned about different medicines. So I was in Peru and met who I call a soul brother now. And he lives in Mexico, and invited me to Mexico a few years ago, maybe 4 years ago, to visit, he and his wife. And that week I was there, they were doing Bufo. And so I had seen it when I was in Peru, and I was like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. That's a little crazy. So I decided to go with him and hold space. And it was actually quite beautiful. And I thought, you know, I might want to do that one day. And the facilitator he was doing it with was so kind and loving and caring. And I became really good friends with him. And he lives in the western part of Mexico. And I don't know if I can say, I know like changa and things like that are they do in Mexico, but I don't know if they're legal. I don't think they don't regulate it. So I'm not going to say names, but if anybody would like the name of this person, you know, contact me at some point. Anyway, so I go to Mexico 3-4 times a year because I run retreats down there, and I always go to do healing work on others, but I'm the one that always ends up getting the medicine or always end up getting healed it's every time. And this guy that lives in Mexico City, I became friends with, and I would call him every time I was going down. I'm coming down, are you going to be there? And it would be like he was leaving the next day, or he had just been there the week before, or he was stuck in Venezuela and couldn't get a visa, and it never worked out. Well, this time I went in July of this year. I didn't even call him and didn't even cross my mind. And the day before I was leaving, I got a phone call from my friend, and he said, this guy's going to be where we're going to be. And I was like, oh shit, that means I probably got to do it. So I set my intention, and I asked the universe, like, if I'm supposed to do this medicine, then I want to see frogs, right? Okay. So I see no frogs for 2 days, nothing. So I get down to Mexico, we're in Playa, walking down 5th Avenue. I look up, I'm in front of Senor Frogs, and there's these 6 foot tall, huge frogs with surgical masks on. There's 4 of them. And I'm like, oh, fuck. Now I'm going to have to do it. But I'll tell you, I still was really, really, really nervous. And it actually took me about 3 days of deep introspection and journaling and what am I afraid of, and really going deep down and figuring out why I wanted to do this when I know that it was, you know, I have some heart issues where I have to take medicine, and you're not supposed to do that. And I knew very well that I could die doing this. And then I was like, what am I afraid of? You're afraid to die? You know, you're not really you don't die when you're not dead. So I really had to go through a lot of that to try to figure out what I wanted out of this. So earlier in the week, I had smoked some changa, which was quite beautiful, but that's not the story about this one. That's another story. So I decided to go ahead and do it. And it was an outside ceremony. It was beautiful. We do some sound healing and some meditation, and it was just beautiful. So I'm thinking, here I am, a white woman, an old white woman from the Bible Belt in North Carolina. What the fuck am I doing down here? What am I doing? And then I really had to figure out why I wanted to do this, because, you know, if anybody knows what the Bible Belt is, they don't do things like that here, right? This is crazy stuff. So I let's see. I got some notes here just in case. So there was 3 of us doing it. There's probably about 6 people holding space. And the first guy that went, he smoked it, laid back, beautiful, whatever. And I'm like, if I don't go next, I will never do it. So I decided to go ahead and go next. And the facilitator held my hands and prayed with me. And it's just beautiful, just so loving and kind. And I would suggest, if anybody ever does this, you do your research, you find a good facilitator that is caring and loving. I'm telling you, I'm getting tears in my eyes just thinking about how much love this man has for everybody and everything. And so, all right, okay, I'm going to do it. So he has to hold it. Now, guys, this is the Sonoran desert toad. It is crystallized frog venom, and they put it in a crack pipe. So you can't hold it, because once you take that first breath, you're gone. It's goodbye you, hello divine. So they hold it, you take one breath, you're gone. And you, bam, immediately separate from your body. And you're like, oh, I'm home. It's like, I'm home. And then I go, because I have this thing about control. So I go between ecstasy and fear, ecstasy and fear. And I am back and forth the whole time. It's very reminiscent of my first ayahuasca ceremony, which happened to me, only that was 8 hours of it. And thank God this was only 20 minutes. But it was honestly, it was between, like, I'm home, I can't believe I ever left, and I don't ever want to go back. And then you get scared and you're trying to take control back. So I have trouble with letting go of the control, which I knew I was going to. And apparently I haven't gotten over that yet. So I might need to do some more. So I don't know how long it was. They tell me it was 20 minutes, but I'm telling you guys, it felt like it was days, hours, weeks. I just couldn't fathom. There was like no time. There was no time. And this happens every time I do any kind of what we call psychedelic. My whole body vibrates. I'm apparently very sensitive to energy. And it doesn't feel like I have my finger stuck in a light socket. It feels like I'm holding on to like an electrical wire, like that the whole time. And I could feel every cell in my body vibrating. And just really, really sensitive. So I could feel like somebody had kapow and they were fanning on me, and I could feel every molecule of the smoke hitting me all over my back, everywhere. It's just, you're hypersensitive. I think I was thirsty at some point when I was trying to come back, and I could taste the molecules in the water. You can just, everything's just really, really sensitive. But it was actually very beautiful. I did have a lot of trouble coming back. And I learned the true meaning of grounding, which is not holding a damn rock. It is laying on the earth, rubbing yourself in sand, rubbing yourself in rocks, rolling around in the dirt. And I had on a white dress, and I remember, because I was between both worlds, and I remember thinking, oh, my dress is getting dirty, but then I was gone after that. And then they took me into the water. It was only about 30 feet away. So my friends on one side and the facilitators on the other side, and my whole body was shaking. I had so much energy running through me. And they got me in the water. And on the way to the water, I kept saying, Groundhog Day, Groundhog Day, Groundhog Day. Does anybody know what Groundhog Day means? and it was, I had been there so many times. I had taken that walk so many times with those same people. I had done this before, and I knew in that moment that I could make a decision to heal this path, and I didn't have to go down this path again in my next life. I could do something different. So I made the decision right then that I didn't have to do that again, and I could take a different path. And so it's really a lot of realizations. I did have a lot of trouble coming back. I was walking between worlds for several hours, and I thought, like my brain wouldn't function like I'm used to it functioning. And I remember thinking, I'm going to be like one of those crazy people in New York City, you know, that's talking to themselves for hours. And I really, really thought I was not going to come back. And then I started panicking again. That was my control. And so my friend was walking with me. We're still trying to ground. And the whole ground started shaking like an earthquake. But I'm in Mexico, and I don't think they have earthquakes down there. Not where I was anyway. And I'm like, did you feel that? And he's like, no. And I looked down at my feet, and my feet disappeared into the ground. And I looked up like this. And all I can tell you guys is it was like a rainbow. It was like an arc. And I could see it coming towards me. And I could feel it coming down towards me. And it went bam, and I felt it coming to my body. And I knew that it was my soul coming back into my body. Like I could feel it. And I looked up at my friend. I'm like, I'm back. He's like, okay. So it really, you know, after that, again, it took me quite a few hours, probably 4 a.m. We did this about 5 p.m. It was about 4 a.m. before I was back. But it gives you a deep appreciation for everything. I remember I got back home and I had a bag of clothes and I threw them on the floor, and I was going to get in the bed. And I was like, no, I can't do that. So I picked up the clothes, and I had this deep appreciation for the ground that the cotton was grown in, and the people that made the clothes. And so everything's reverent. So I just like, you just hang them up, and you're really mindful of everything. You just hang them up, and you're thankful. You're just thankful for everything. And so that's carried on into my life now. It's a little muted now because the experience isn't so fresh, but it's still in there, and I still try to remember it. And I will tell you, I separated from my consciousness, and I still, like when I look in the mirror, I don't identify with that person that's in the mirror. And this has happened before, but this is staying with me now. So I love and appreciate this vessel that my soul happens to be inhabiting while I'm here on this earth. And I just have a deep reverence and appreciation for this, what do you want to call it, meat suit that I happen to be in. But it's like when I look in the mirror, it's initially, I didn't even recognize who that was. And I'll tell you, every time I do this too, they keep telling me, and they do it every time I do psychedelics, these are not your hands, these are not your hands. And then it takes me a long time to actually recognize my hands. And that's how I'm feeling about my whole body now. So when I look in the mirror, it's like, that's not me. I know that that's not me. And that's a really good feeling, because for all people identify with their bodies, and it's nice to be separate from that and not identify with this is who you are, because this is not who we are. This in here is who we are. So that's a really good, it's a beautiful realization. I think I got everything. I had some notes, but I just went off and did my own thing. I think I have that out. I just want to say you realize that every moment that we have and every movement that we make and every sound that we make is a song and a dance to the universe. And we're giving back, and always find a way to give back to Pachamama. And to sum it up, the only way I can say is I knew, but I didn't know. So I knew here, what was here moved here. So now I know. So if anybody would like to discuss this with me or know the name of the facilitator, then I'll put it in the chat, or I'll put my website or my contact in the chat, and I'll contact him to make sure it's okay to contact him. But he's in Mexico and he does beautiful work. And if I ever do it again, which I swore I was not going to do, but now I'm thinking about it, I might do it again, not sure. But he's the only person I would ever trust to do it with. He is the kindest, most gentlest soul you'll ever meet. And again, if you decide to do this, do your research and make sure that you're going to have the right person for you. I'm Mateo.
Thank you, Jamie. That's really great. Yeah,
wow, Jamie, amazing story.
Say again, Jonathan.
Amazing story. And we have a question from Muhammad from Lebanon.
Okay.
He says, is it safe to have the out-of-body experience many times a day? Is it safe to stay out for so long? What did you feel about it? Was it safe for you? Was it unsafe?
A lot of people do that without any psychedelics. They do astral projection and things like that. Yeah, I think people might get addicted to it because, and when I first started meditating, it felt so good. I didn't want to come back to this plane, but we have things we're supposed to take care of here, and we're meant to be here. Mm-hmm. I don't see why people, you should go do that. I mean, you do it every night when we dream, we just don't remember it. But just remember, we're supposed to be here on this plane to do physical things. I don't know, several times a day. I do, when I first started meditating, I would do it for hours and hours and hours. And it took me a long time to figure out that I really needed to find a good balance. So I think if you find a good balance between that world and this world, you can bring back information. I brought back I had major downloads with the desert toe when I did it, just downloads. And it showed me how to harness energy, how to heal people. It showed me how to sit and radiate out my light. It just showed me all of this stuff. So there's a lot of things to be learned there, but you got to come back here to implement them. I hope that answered.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Like the other day, I had a conversation with a friend, and I told him it's really nice to be in no mind and in that space. And it kind of transmits that feeling of, we need to be here as well.
Yeah. So one of the things that you talked about, actually two things that jumped out at me from your story that I found interesting were, one was the bit about grounding. So I work in the Brazilian tradition with ayahuasca, and so one of the things that the curandero does to help with grounding in the journeys is they start with hape and sananga, and it sort of like keeps you here. Do they do that with do they do that?
Well, I actually had rapé with me because I'm a facilitator of sananga and rapé. So I had some, and I actually asked him because I couldn't ground, and I smoked cigarettes as well. And I said, can I smoke? And he's like, yeah. And honestly, like the first 4 puffs, I couldn't even tell. You know how cigarettes burn or whatever? I couldn't even tell I was inhaling it. And probably by the fourth inhalation, I could feel it coming back. And I was like, I know why I smoke now. I mean, because it was just very grounding. I wanted to do rapé, but he suggested that I did not for a couple of days. So because I was like, I want my rapé. And he was like, don't do it.
Sure. Yeah, well, because
those
tobacco's a master plan anyway. So
Say
it's a tobacco's a master plan anyway. So sometimes they talk about not competing. So the other question I had for you was, you had a moment where you were worried about not coming back. That actually happened to me the last time I drank ayahuasca. I had a moment where I thought, I'm crazy. I am never going to be normal again. How did you deal with that?
Well, I thought I'll never be able to drive a car. I have 15-year-old twins. I'm going to get them to school. Oh my God, I'm going to have to go live with my mother. I remember thinking that. I don't even know what the question was. What was the question?
No, it's just about never coming back.
It was really scary. And I don't know if it's a control thing that you and I might both have.
I don't know, it scared the hell out of me for a moment, and then I just let go, and I said, oh well, if I don't come back, I don't come back.
I figured that. And then the next day, the facilitator actually met with me again. He met me at a restaurant and we talked, and he said that happened to him the first time that he did it too, because he was really concerned about me, because I kept looking at him because everybody's leaving and I'm like, I'm not back. I'm not back. I'm not back. I'm not back. But I was with a friend and he took care of me, and I could slowly feel it coming back, but it took a really long time. But that doesn't happen to most people. Usually with the desert toad, with the bufo, you do the ceremony, it's 20 to 30 minutes, you wake back up, you might be really, really happy. You're going to be really happy, but you're not walking between the worlds. And I was just like there and here, but it took a while. And then they say something about, and I don't like it when they use the term flashback. I would rather them say you are having a remembering, because a flashback has a bad connotation, like LSD or whatever. You know, people, oh, I had a bad flashback, but because flashbacks are bad, but these flashbacks are not bad. So I'd rather them say you might start remembering some things that you witnessed before, which I think.
Oh, it's funny. I was going to ask you about that, because I find the way that people have kind of put it to me is that the medicine never actually fully leaves you, and so there are these just moments where, you know, if you like with Aya, you know, grandmother comes back to you, or if you're San Pedro or peyote, you know, grandfather comes back to you, and so it sounds like the toad can come back to you too.
Yeah, and, you know, my first ayahuasca ceremony was in 2016, I think, and that's still working in me. I mean, I've done it since then, but I still have rememberings from when I was in Costa Rica. I still have rememberings from when I was in Peru, the last time I did it. So I think it's always with you. I mean, I know they say that it's with you for maybe 3 or 4 months, but I feel like it's always with me.
Yeah, me too. All right, well, great. Thank you so much, Jamie. It was a wonderful
We have one last question from the viewers, if we can ask that. Sure. The question is, talking about downloading data or receiving information, how much should we share? Or shall we share everything? Or what do you think, Jamie?
You mean when you get downloads from...
information, should you share with other people around you, or you should keep it for yourself? What's the right approach?
So, you know, like I said, I was taught how to harness some energy. And I remember vividly, like, I can do this. And I remember showing me how to do it. And then when I started coming back to this plane, then my ego took over and was like, you made that shit up. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know how to do this. I mean, I had that going on too. I think if you have a download and you feel like it's information that needs to be shared and you need to share it with others and share it with the world, then you should practice whatever it is. So, because right now I'm practicing trying to do it and on different people, because you have to hone in your skill. So if it's a skill, then practice it. And if you feel like you need to share it, yeah, share it. I mean, why would they show you things if you don't need to share it with the world?
Just one point on the sharing. So on my very first ayahuasca ceremony, this guy is sort of like older hippie kind of guy. He was, even though I'm older, he was like around my age, but he was sort of felt more like an uncle. And the first thing he said to me just before we convened to drink was, "Don't tell anybody about your experiences for about a week." And one of the things I've kind of learned about in my ayahuasca, in my medicine practice, is that as a writer and a storyteller, I was in my experiences, I was blocking out plot points for the stories I was going to tell about the experience after I got done. And I found that I got this really clear message at some point to say, stop being an observer and be a participant, roll with this, and then later on figure out what it means. Because I have this very strong belief that the stories we tell about our experiences are really what becomes the truth of them. So we get these huge downloads, and there's a lot of information that's highly symbolic, so we don't always know what it means. So if we assign meanings to them right away, then that becomes what they mean, rather than sitting with the experiences and letting them flow through us naturally. And 3 years later, I'm still, I'll be walking around someplace, and it's almost like I can feel like a tectonic plate shift, and it'll go, and then I'll have that association back to an experience I had at an earlier ayahuasca ceremony, and it's like, oh, that's what that meant. So it's really important to share the downloads, but it's also important to understand, to spend as much time as you can really understanding what those things mean.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Do we have any more questions, Jonathan?
Have a journal.
Yeah, journals are great.
Have a journal and write down. I probably had 30 pages of, when I got back to the house, I wrote, I didn't want to forget anything. And I probably wrote a half a journal of stuff. I can't read it now because I'm not a very good handwriting, and it was 4 a.m.
Yeah, ayahuasca scribbles, right?
That's right.
Yeah, Muhammad from Lebanon say thank you, Jamie. So thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Bob. I'll stay on
Thank
for
you.
a little while. I have a client coming for Sananga in a little while. So.
Okay. Oh, yay, Sananga. All right. So our next speaker is Liana Silvi. She's experienced in the expanded states of consciousness for the spread of psychotherapeutic and integrative dynamics with the use of ayahuasca and ancestral remedies like Gufo, Kambo, Yopo, Iboga, through microdosing sessions. She studied journalism, communication design, marketing, oratory, mythology, history, art, psychology, philosophy, Ayurveda, nutrition, energy healing, naturopathy, quantum physics, and spirituality. She speaks 5 languages and has moved on over 100 times. I think that qualifies you as a polymath, Liana. So Liana plans to tell a story about how the ancestral remedies opened up the space to observe the real answers in her own questions, why she was even asking them, what patterns were repeating in her life, and the most comforting information for true potential. So Liana, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all for sharing and creating this opportunity of encountering. And it has been an amazing week, just to start with, and listening to many other stories and feeling the energies of so many beautiful souls around the world. Taking the time and being in presence. It has been the most fascinating thing this year so far. So thank you for creating it. Well, my experience with ancestral remedies is just that I've been researching, like it felt like I've been all my life searching for something to comprehend people in other countries when I was moving there. So I learned the language, comprehending how economic system works, how society, psychology. So I started journalism, I guess, because of the widespread of topics. And I always wanted to know how and why. And I guess that's because I was living all the time right here. But some stuff happened before in my youth. And I guess that was like haunting me so much. And I was kind of all the time moving and trying to not like take a time to observe inside instead of searching for the answers outside. And it got to a point where I was for so many years with the depression as a partner in my life that I said, okay, I need to drink ayahuasca. It has been like an option there all the time, but it's the last thing that I can think of. And if this doesn't work, then definitely I'm gonna take those pills from the doctor. No? But that day they didn't have ayahuasca, so they had yopo. And it was strong. It was a powerful process. It was a lot of information, so I really connect with what Jamie said. And these experiences are overwhelming sometimes. But I had the really lucky experience with this couple who were facilitating yopo, and they were really experienced and caring. So it was like a lot of information about ancestors. So I was seeing stories in my yoga process. I was trying to stay as steady and concentrated, because they say don't move. It's a heavy process. If you move, you're gonna lose you're gonna lose yourself in the process. So I was trying to like just stay there, but it was really intense. For the first time, I never had any chemical substance before. And I saw stories, I saw some stories, and I was like, oh, wow, this was because of this, and this was because of this, and wow, amazing. So I felt a lot of relief and peace in that area, that basic story. And I remember we finished the process, and then they were sharing something to eat in the kitchen, some soup or something. And then it felt strange, because I was like, I'm thinking things, and these guys are like somehow answering to my thoughts. Like, I started feeling like, what is going on? Like, I'm thinking, I'm asking myself questions, and they're like literally answering them, but I didn't open my mouth. So it was kind of weird. And then the facilitator said, okay, whoever feels like to go to a deeper place in their own process, we're gonna share again some yopo. And I was like, okay, let's go. So I had the Sepcon yopo that night. And I will always remember, and actually, hearing Jamie, her story, it kind of brought me to that experience again. And it was like, I was seeing moments in my life and like scenarios who really were painful, or fighting with my parents or things like that. And everything that came, and I was like, okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Then I was hearing a door closing, and it was, I don't know, maybe it was someone in the room going out or whatever, but it was like, what a coincidence that I hear that sound and that then disappears. And it was repeating with so many things in my life, to the point that I arrived when I was a baby, and I was forming myself inside my mother. Well, my mother didn't want to have me. So my father took me when I was a baby, and he was working for the Air Force from the States, my father from the States. So I was born in Germany in a cold American Air Base. My mother didn't want to have me. So I think me and him were like, he was really there, but it was also an overwhelming experience for him. So he took me to Madrid, where he met another woman, and she adopted me. Well, I was back there inside that belly, which feeling that like, why, right? These uncomprehensions, like, but instead of asking me again why, and I was like connecting with, okay, thank you, just let it happen. Then I was saw myself giving birth to myself. So I felt like, okay, if I was actually that mother, I couldn't have judged her, because I don't know what she was going through for real. So in that moment was like a first spark of reconciliation. And then I saw something fascinating, that I was giving myself birth and I was growing. And in that, I was like seeing myself living different story until the point where I was like older and I was seeing myself happy and I see myself joyful with a lot of family and friends. And I was all the time, okay, thank you. But this time the doors were opening. I was hearing in the room that the doors were opening. And I remember hearing a lot of the voices from them, like the guiding me, the facilitators, the couple. And I was in that phase, I always remember like him ask inside of me, I was listening to him asking her for something. And I felt the love in which they communicate to each other. So I opened up my eyes and they were not even close. They were really far, like 20 meters away from me or something. And I was like, oh my God, this is what you dedicate yourself to play the roles, the theater. This is all just a theater. Well, it has been a couple of years ago, and I can tell that many things have happened since that day. And I get closer and closer every time, and then I forget, because that's like a key concept. What Jamie was saying is a remembering of all those stories, all those informations, and how we have been playing those roles between each other to bring to light many things. Then I had ayahuasca the next month, and I've been connecting with a lot of many other events in my life, and I've seen many things, a lot of information downloads with iboga as well. And I had I don't know, it was like, this is it. And I just got into the flow. And since the first day I drank ayahuasca, I was training myself and traveling and meeting hundreds of other people around the world, willing to don't wait, I guess, for the outside to bring them the solution or the answers, but because they know that there is something more inside of them, and they want to take the responsibility, and we go inside and we see actually why are we having the life that we do have, why do we move in such a patterns, and how to, from a wider comprehension system or consciousness, decide and integrate those insights in daily things right here, right now in our lives. And then I believe that is what is happening also for society in a collective level. We are seeing what is not working, what no longer serves us. So we are just letting it go and getting together to allow that potential to be manifested through us and interfere the less, I guess, and just step aside, observe it. Okay, thank you to everything, which is something that being said is one thing. Then every day comes many situations happen. But I feel really lucky. I felt many blessings in this period. So I totally suggest that do the research, inform yourself, because the power is there. It's already, the ancestral remedies is going to show you something that it was already there, but we have forgotten it. So yeah, it's about time to remember. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you. That was really beautiful. Jonathan, do we have any questions from the Facebook Live feed?
We don't have any questions from the viewers. My question for you, Liana, is how long ago all that happened to you? Like, what time frame are we talking about?
That's like years ago. Oh, which things? Like starting with the process of ancestral remedies?
Yeah, and understanding how they work. Like, how long did it take it to blossom for you?
I don't think I have even. I don't know if I have. What? Do we ever stop? Like, I don't, like, healing, maybe healing. What I can tell is like it has been 2.5 years, 3 years, but I think it has been a process that was always there all the time. It's happening. I just was not aware of what was going on. I think we are all doing it. We are just not aware. But yes, so to release the control, I can see that space of controlless more and more in my daily life, in my routine, which is scary sometimes. And it's like, you feel like on top of the abyss and like, oh my God, like trust, really? Like, no, I mean, don't get me wrong, I love the word, but do I really have to trust? Because I love to control. Like, ask me for anything, but not trust, no. Well, those kind of things. And actually I was on another Zoom with another topic beyond sustainability before, and it really touched me on the fact that everything is happening and we are all expanding consciousness and becoming more aware. But it was so important also to connect to that from our approach that, okay, no guilt. I mean, it's okay. And how to see that beyond anything. And it's a really story, but beyond anything, there is a good reason. Like the people we are moving, I believe, because we believe that we have a good reason for it in our state of consciousness at the moment. So in the Iboga, it was funny because I was a really dark process. It was tough, but really a lot of blessings and gifts and many. But I remember that I was, before going into the Iboga process, I was working and they were having a conversation nearby me. And she was saying to him, these days, even if the devil comes to my door, knocks my door, I'm gonna let him in because for sure he has something for me. And I was just listening. I was like, turning my head, like, okay, well, I can tell you that in my Iboga process, 2 hours later, I was seeing the devil. And he was a little kid dressed up for Halloween. And he was knocking at my door. And I was like, this must be a joke, right? Like, you're the devil, you were supposed to tempt me, not me to you with the candies. So that connected me with the fact that there is innocence in everything. Like even something that that it feels like evil and that trying to scare and this, I believe that I have it, I see it in myself, how many times I try to bring the scary one, like to defend or something. I can see still some mechanisms, but it has been such a spectacular process, and meeting you guys also after all these weeks of topics and stories. It's like it's happening. It's like we are not crazy. Like someone else also thought that it was never gonna come back. So it's like great. Yeah, so thank you so much for holding these spaces. Yeah.
Wow, Liana, we have a few comments from the watchers. Justine from Germany saying that she really likes your story. Verdit saying thank you, you're lovely and inspiring. And Muhammad has another question, if we have time for that, Bob.
Yeah, we're doing fine.
Okay, she asked, when you saw yourself as a baby, you were feeling this baby in all aspects. I mean, did you ask your baby self about specific details? Did you access the brain of the baby or just the baby you? How was that for you?
So as I have been going through this process, and it was like an unusual baby experience, I have to say, and I have been seeing it from different aspects. And it's something like it has been coming up in many of the sessions that I was going through. But I was the baby, like I was seeing myself floating inside that belly, right, and going out. I was there. It was like, I don't know if it's like sometimes, and this happened in another job thing, but it's like I synchronize with that baby in that moment, what it was happening to, and I felt it. It's more like some people refer to psychedelics and they think that this is going to be about colors and geometry shapes. For me, it has been, and most of the people that I've been working with, it's a feeling. It's like you synchronize with feelings and memories and what the energies that were there, what energies and what dynamics were there from a point of expansion of consciousness. So you just see it wider. Instead of identifying, you can observe without judgment and okay, from different approaches. So that's why I could feel, okay, how my father was feeling in that moment, how my mother was feeling, how any other people were feeling. And that is liberating, because I believe that comprehension brings a lot of frustration. And that frustration, it goes to a core thing that is like, I don't feel myself inside myself. So that's when Jamie say, I had totally felt my soul falling and I'm back. Well, we have forgotten that. It happened also, like you just finally, it makes sense. It's like, oh my God, now that I see it from it makes sense. Okay. And I see the stuff from, it's like you see the whole story and then you're like, okay. But the story continues to unfold. And it's a process that goes back and to the front. So we'll see, this is happening, and we are just observing and taking part, I guess.
Wow, thank you very much. What a lovely story, and what beautiful insights. Thanks, Liana. All right, so next up is Kristen Davenport. She's a teacher, writer, dancer, and Reiki master. She currently teaches high school science full-time and Reiki part-time. She co-facilitates ayahuasca ceremonies. Kristen plans to share a story about her struggle with anxiety, panic attacks, depression, and eating disorders. She's going to talk about how her very first ayahuasca ceremony helped her eliminate anxiety and pave the way to healing. And so, Kristen, the floor is yours.
Right, thank you. So I'm very excited that I was actually able to participate in one of the days, because I was starting teaching this past week, and so my schedule was really full. So I'm excited to be here, and it's been wonderful to hear the other stories. And this story that I'm about to share is one of the first times I've ever actually shared it on a platform like this with other people who kind of have some experience in these realms. And so it feels like a safe container for me to share and to actually put the experience into. So I learned about ayahuasca from someone I was dating at the time in like 2016. And I remember when they came back and shared their experience, there was something fascinating about how much their energy shifted when they came back. They were just lighter, full of love. They had this glow about them, which really just kind of pulled me in. But when they shared more about what they had experienced, I was like, there is no way that I can do that. It sounds way too intense, and I don't think I can handle something like that. But let's see, it was about a year later, I had gone to a drum making workshop, and I made this drum, and our facilitator with the drum workshop said, this drum is going to change your life. Don't be surprised when you play it if it starts talking to you. And I just looked at her and I was like, that sounds crazy. Like, this drum has nothing to tell me. Well, I went home, and it was about a week later, and I'm playing the drum and just sitting there like, okay, what do you have to tell me? Are you going to say anything? And I just kept hearing over and over again, ayahuasca, ayahuasca, ayahuasca. And like, I was like, oh, maybe now the weekend I was looking at the place I was going to have a guest shaman from Peru. So I was like, that's a perfect time. But I was not the only one interested, and I ended up being put on a wait list. But the whole time I just went into it with this attitude of, well, if it's meant to be, it's gonna work out. But so I still did the preparations for it, and 4 days before the ceremony I got an email saying there was a spot open. I registered and I was there. But I was getting extremely nervous leading up to it because I had no idea what was in store. I hadn't even like smoked marijuana or like anything at all. ever before. And I just dived in and was like, I'm doing it. And I had this dream a few days before that when I got to a ceremony, it was like this secret society, and you didn't actually drink the medicine. You had to stab your third eye and like pour it in there. And it was like really intense. And I was like, what am I getting myself into? And I had just recently, a year prior to drinking the medicine, had gone through a very messy divorce and was still dealing with a lot of guilt and things for what happened. So I kind of went with the intention of healing and clearing some of that so I could move on and embrace the future. Well, that first night in ceremony, I'm sitting there kind of waiting for the medicine to kick in. And, at this point in my life, I was also dealing with severe anxiety and depression. And I was on medication, and it just like was not helping at all. And I was just constantly living in fear, and I had no idea where it was coming from. And it just seemed to get worse the more I tried to fix it. So I'm sitting and waiting for the medicine to kick in, and my body just starts kind of moving a little bit. I couldn't sit still. I was holding strange position, like expressions. I felt a lot of energy in my neck, and I was like holding stretches like this for really long periods of time. And then that's when I realized ayahuasca working within me to get to the root of something that was held within my body, and that would be the key to unlocking where my anxiety was coming from. When I was 13, I was diagnosed with thyroid cancer, and it took 6 years of treatment to finally like be rid of all of that. And during all of that treatment, I was relatively young, I was still active. I just kind of went through it really nonchalantly, but I didn't realize that I had repressed so much around that trauma. I was only 13. I was a child still, and and other things in my life, I just feel like I was kind of forced to grow up really early. And so first it was just very physical, and then I started remembering having surgery and how painful it was. I started to get extremely nauseated, and I was like, and it was come in waves, like I was reliving each one of my treatments. And I remember thinking, I'm over this. Like, I'm not holding on to any of that, cancer stuff, like dirty stuff. And then things shifted, and that's when I started to get the visuals instead of just the sensations. And everything was black and red and white and swirling patterns, and it felt just really strange. And I remember feeling in that instance like I still had cancer. My throat just felt very like, I don't know, tight and tense. And I would get these huge waves of anxiety and nausea. And I was just like, I apparently I'm holding on to a lot more of this than I thought. And it would come these waves, and the spirit of ayahuasca, she would come in, and she was talking to me very differently, like as though I was still a child, because she would be like, tell me about things that you love, like you would. And I'd talk about how much I love to write, how I was going to write a book about my experience as a childhood cancer survivor, how I like to dance. And then the imagery would shift into this just beautiful patterns, and I felt so full of joy. But then it would shift, and I remember thinking, but I don't have time for that because I have cancer. And then the darker reds and blacks would come back, and I'd feel really nauseated, and I'd just be rolling around on my mat, feeling like I needed to purge, but like not quite like it in. And on for probably 6 hours. And this probably went on for at least 4 hours of that time. It's just this back and forth between, like what's possible in the future, reminding me of things that I love, focusing on gratitude. When are you going to do all these things you love? And then I'm like, oh, well, maybe I'll start writing that book. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Like, I have cancer. It was like I just kept holding on to that. And I remember like I kept hearing all these other people purging, and it would feel really good for a second, like almost like they were purging for me in a way. But then it would come right back to me, and I was like, all right, I've got to get up. I've got to get of this. Like I'm not hooked anymore. And one of the facilitators came over and she was like, I don't know if you're gonna have a physical purge. For me, it feels like it might just be energy that needs to come out. But regardless, like I'll give you some hape just to kind of help move that stuck energy. And I remember, grabbing my bucket, and I was making these insane noises, just like coming from my throat, like I didn't even know. And I was like kind of self-conscious. I was like, people are going to be like, what is going on with her? And I remember like, because my eyes were closed the whole time, and I opened my eyes and I thought the bucket was going to be full, and there was nothing in it. And I was just like, whoa, okay, interesting. So I remember just sitting there, and all of a sudden this huge like ball of light just like came like through this area, like my heart and my throat, and just expanded out in all directions. And I felt like I was floating on this cloud, yet also still very grounded and connected to the earth. And there was just so much light and so much love and so much space that had been created. And actually, yeah, even though we were so friends, was actually next to me during that whole ceremony. And he was kind of coming out of the medicine at that point. He just looks over at me because he had only seen me in our relationship as this super anxious, depressed person. But he knew that underneath all of that, was, a beautiful soul. And he just looked at me and goes, that's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Because he saw me in my true essence at that moment, free of all of that stuff. And through the integration, I remember thinking, like, why did I have to relive that experience? And it's because she was showing me part of, and in later ceremony, I got to the deepest root of my anxiety. But she was showing me, like, your circumstances in your life is not creating your anxiety. It's living in constant fear as though you still have cancer, or as though it's going to return at any moment. Because I would do like these body scans throughout the day. Like I'd have a headache, and I didn't consciously think, oh, maybe I have brain cancer. But part of me was like, oh, is that like some kind, is that a symptom that something's coming back? And I mean, I was doing that all day, every day. No wonder I was anxious and depressed. I had no like energy for anything else. And so I've had, that was my most like profound ayahuasca experience to date, because it just really made me understand the nature of trauma and how it gets stored in our bodies. And we're not even always fully aware that how it's shaping how we interact with the world and how we move through the world. But when we release it and let it go, it can completely shift things. And there's always more layers and deeper things if you want to go there. But and especially when those things happen to us as children. But within a week of that first ceremony, my anxiety was completely gone, and it has never come back, except for a little bit of things here and there. The depression took a little bit longer to work through, doing other ceremonies, like the trauma as a child, involving like sexual abuse and things like that. So it took a lot of years to work through, but now, the depression's gone. And, I still obviously have emotions because I'm a human being. And so there's still moments when I'm like, kind of dealing with things and feel depressed, but it's usually like it lasts for shorter and shorter periods of time, because I'm learning how to hold space for myself and really work through and process that. And so I'm just super grateful to plant medicine and ayahuasca and some of the beautiful facilitators I've met along the way. And it's been, so that was like 3 years ago, and it feels like, I don't know, like I'm not even close to that same person. Like I used to sit like this, I was just so guarded. I would always have my arms crossed. When I look back in pictures, like I was never smiling with my eyes. And I would, if you had like those 3 years ago, if you would ever ask me, do you think you'll ever be rid of, heal from this? And I'd be like, I had identified with depression as though it's who I was, not just something I was experiencing. So yeah, I mean, it's not like my I'm just such a place, and I'm super grateful to ayahuasca for that.
Bob, you're on mute.
Yeah, you're muted. Your mouth's moving, but we can't hear
Oops,
you.
my mouth is moving, and this is par for the course, isn't it? Blah, 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 blah. So I have a question for you. You talked about this idea of that you've been cured, but you're also a human being and you still experience emotions. So what did the medicine teach you that you apply into your day-to-day life that allows you to sort of ride that ebb and flow of emotions without without getting sucked into those anxious and depressive mental processes?
Yeah, that's a great question. And that is actually something that's come more through integration than ceremony itself. And actually probably within the past few months actually is when the really big lessons have come through. And the main thing ayahuasca has taught me is to just not judge anything. And she constantly reminds me of like children, like when you're a child, if you get angry at something, you really get angry and you experience that anger fully, and it fades and you don't judge it, you don't think it's bad, it's only bad because like your parents are like, oh, don't be angry or don't throw those toys or whatever. Or if we're sad when we're children, we cry and we get it out right then, and we're not always holding on to it. And so the biggest thing that I've had to do is just not judge emotions and allow myself to feel them fully. And it may have to be a little bit different. Like if I'm driving or in the middle of the grocery store, I may not be able to fully embrace what I'm feeling, but at least just not judging it and slowing down and breathing. Because I notice for me too, a lot of times I start thinking about, well, why am I feeling this? Why am I sad? Why am I angry? Why? And then I get in these thought loops for hours trying to dissect and trying to analyze. And that's, very much of the mind and of the ego. I'm still not feeling it. So it is sometimes when you're feeling really sad, just sit there and feel it. But I noticed when I do that, within a few minutes to an hour or whatever, I'll feel better. Or journaling or dancing or just something. And also knowing if I am having a few rough days, to just take some time to do whatever I need to do. And I might not interact with people as much for a couple of days, but the biggest thing is just feeling without judgment, without labeling things as good or bad.
So what do you do for integration to kind of get you to that place?
Yeah, so I have a lot of tools, and I found, when my first ceremony, I had this ayahuasca afterglow for about 2 weeks, where it seemed like I didn't even have to do anything to feel great and to feel light and happy and joyful. And then it was this huge crash. And so I've noticed for me in my experience, whatever practices I'm doing, I have to do them daily to maintain that state instead of, because then when you stop, it's so I meditate every morning, at least for 10 minutes, and I might stretch. And then I spend a lot of time in nature. And really the biggest thing is breath work. I'm just focusing on my breathing. I notice when I'm focusing on my breathing, and it helps ground me, so then I'm less affected, especially by the emotions of other people. It feels like it slows down time a little bit, so I can regroup and reprocess. And then of course, like Reiki and any type of energy work. After doing Reiki, I understand energy a lot better. I can tell the difference between like what's other people's and what's mine, and just manage that a little bit better. So like, I just have this little toolkit I carry around with me and do different things. But yeah, I guess it's just about finding out what works for you, the toolkit. So you have lots of options. Like one day's meditation does not work. Like just sitting still, so I'll do yoga instead, like a moving meditation.
Cool. So the idea is that you have a variety of tools that you bring to the day, and you have the lessons that you learn from the downloads from the medicine, and you integrate that all into your day-to-day life, and that helps you sort of go forward. So it's not really a magic bullet so much as the medicine opens you up to be able to see things that you couldn't see before, and allows you to work at it day to day to day more efficiently.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's taken 3 years of practicing like these things every single day to get to where I am now.
Really?
Wow, amazing, Kristen. It's and it really corresponds quite a lot with my own experience. So it's really so nice to hear it from someone else, and how you create as many tools as you can, and you use them interchangeably during the day to be able to show up better, happier. So it's like wonderful.
Yeah, it's just that idea of that this thing that we're doing here, which is creating community, is so important. I forget who said it before, but I think it might have been Liana, where I think we all feel like we're living in these little bubbles, and we're the only people that are have these thoughts and feelings that we have, and that and that we're crazy and weird and different, and we don't fit in anywhere. And it's just so brilliant to have this community. So I want to thank John for creating the Thank You Plant Medicine community. This has it's been, I think, an important thing for everybody to be able to have this place to come to, so that we have the opportunity to connect with what's the buzzword, like-minded folks. The mafia, in the mafia, it's good fellas, right? In the medicine community, it's like-minded people, right? And it's just so brilliant to be able to connect in that way, and especially internationally. Because for me, with my own practice, I'm based in New England, and my medicine community is the people that I know around here. And I'm in doing these in doing these stories and interacting with people from all around the world. So many more pieces of the puzzle have dropped in to my understanding of medicine, how it works, and the community, and how we all relate to the world, and how the medicine can help us all fix the world.
Yeah, and one more thing I just thought of I wanted to add to quick is another I learned, but being embodied, being in my body, I didn't realize like how like out of things I was, because experiencing all the trauma I had, like especially like when I had cancer, I learned my body didn't feel like a safe place to be. And so like I was just never fully like embodied and grounded. And over the past like 3 months, that's what I really started to notice, is even like now there's still moments when I just don't feel like safe in my body. So that's where I think the breath work for me personally comes into play too. And like yoga is just like grounding, being in my body. And this past couple weeks, I've been the most embodied I think I ever have in like my entire life. And it's been so much easier to go back into teaching, like high school, because I'm like, I don't feel like threatened or by like other people and their energy, and I can just be me and like flow through my day. And in one of the meetings, one of the teachers looked at me and was like, "You just seem so relaxed and so chill, and I want some of that." So, just being embodied is really important. Yeah, you can, exactly. It's for everybody. I'm not just like the only person who can ever like experience these things at all. Healing comes from within, but like so many other people have said, we forget that we have you know, that ability and those things, and we forget, you know, our connection to source. And so plants help us remember.
Really, John, did we have any questions from the peanut gallery?
No, I think we don't have any more questions. I wrote a huge chunk of Kristen's lessons because it was just a fountain of wisdom there. I wrote it on the comments, so it's going to be left for us to watch later. Yeah, I'd remind the viewers that this is part of the World of Wisdom gathering that's happening right now. It's been happening for the last 4 days, and the idea is to bring solutions on a local and global level. Which kind of connect to what we are active about, which is act in the world, participate in the world, and bring your healing as much as possible, because we need it, you know. So that's the context of today's conversation, and so such amazing stories from Jamie, from Liana, and from Kristen. It's just mind blowing to listen to everybody talking and sharing. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. I feel like your daddy's playing favorites, but of all the days stories that we've done, so this is our 4th day of telling stories. This is the day that's resonated most with me. It's like you can't really tell because we're not in the same room together, but tears have been sort of like periodically leaking out of my eyes as I'm hearing these things. I'm going, yeah, like that. Me too. It's just been so. I feel so blessed today. Thank you very much, Kristen. Thank you, Liana. Thank you, Jamie. It's just been great. So we have one of our storytellers is having technical difficulties. So I've allowed him to give into the flow of the moment and let him off the hook. So we're going to pivot to Dooley next, and then if there's time after Dooley talks, then I'll share some last thoughts. So just by way of preface, Dooley and I are local medicine brothers. We've known each other for a couple of years in medicine space. He's one of sort of like my anchor people. You know, if you're in a community, like there's people that you just sort of like connect with in the healing space in a deep way. And I loved the day I met him. He's an amazing presence wherever he goes. So Dooley so we'll say Abdul Wilkins, and he likes to be called Dooley, is an urban psychonaut from Boston, born and raised in Roxbury, and was greatly influenced by both of his parents in regards to metaphysics and mysticism. In college, he had his first psychedelic experience with psilocybin mushrooms. Ever since his first mushroom trip, Brother Dooley has been exploring various entheogens and educating, particularly in the Black community, on the healing and spiritual benefits of psychedelics. This is actually, I just want to just touch real quick on that issue. You know, there's at least in America, like there's a big, you know, there's a lot of conversation about how psychedelics and plant medicines are really the domain of white educated, white educated, affluent people. And so Dooley's really done a marvelous job of sort of like challenging that notion in, you know, like in a very organic way. Because I go to these conferences and there's always somebody at the conferences who goes, you know, we have to bring those people in because, you know, we're too white, or we're too this, we're too that. And, you know, nobody just makes friends with people, right? Because if you make friends with people, then they come into your circle and you don't have to fill a slot. You know, you don't have to put them on the panel as the person of color's person in the panel, or the female person in the panel. It just becomes this really beautiful organic thing. So he's been amazing. I've been to some of his ceremonies with his community in Roxbury, and it's just so wonderful. It's just so wonderful. So Dooley plans to share a story about spontaneous healings from teaching plants and fungi and unleashing, in quotes, your inner superhero. So Dooley, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Welcome everyone. Thank you for having me on your platform and having me here to speak to all of you. Thank you. Before I start, I would love to do a song for y'all, if that's okay with everyone. Okay, let's go. I just picked up this wonderful gong. It says "Someone Came Home" from this bench store in in Detroit. Just came back from the Detroit Psychedelic Conference. So thank you, my friends. Thank you for letting me share that with y'all. Y'all with me? Can you hear me, Bob?
We're here. Yeah.
Okay. I'm very old school when it comes to this technology stuff, so I gotta check in. My name is Brother Dooley, and like the wonderful intro Bob gave y'all. I'm from the Roxbury area. I grew up in the inner city in Boston, and I grew up in a very interesting environment. During the 80s, as a young guy, there was a crack epidemic that was going across the United States, particularly in the inner city Black community. So I've seen a lot of things growing up. A lot of my friends, their mother, father, parents, or what have you, were on crack. I had a lot of friends that were selling crack. There was a lot of crazy things going on. Also, the police brutality. So there was a lot of things that I grew up around. But at the same time, I came from a family of revolutionaries, a family of mystics, a family of artists. So since day one, I was brought up. My father was a jazz musician. He played met Miles Davis, he met Dizzy Gillespie, he played with the famous Pharoah Sanders one time. And he taught me the power of sound and how sound can be as a tool for spiritual awakening. So when I was introduced to sacred music such as John Coltrane, Alice Coltrane, I was listening and hearing these things as a little guy. My mother was telling me about the mystic traditions within the Gnostic texts and in the avatars of the East and stuff. So I was taught very young. My father said, "Hey, son, you can go off the walls, you can fly."
Really? I have a question. The sound is coming through really rough. Is
okay, can you hear better?
I think it has to do with your connection.
Okay.
Is there a Wi-Fi or a different connection you can hook up to?
Hold on. Can you hear me now?
We hear you, but we hear you rough. We hear you rough.
Oh, you know what? I don't have a better Wi-Fi connection here, my friend, so I might have to just. Can you hear me a little better now?
Is it your headphones, maybe? Do you have a headphone and microphone?
Okay.
Because it might be the jack of the microphone might be. It actually sounds more like that than the connection.
Yeah, maybe it's. Do you hear me now? Can you hear me better?
We think it might be the microphone. You have a microphone connected to it?
I don't have a microphone thing here.
Oh, it's not? Oh, okay. I thought you had a headset.
You have a headphone connected to it?
No, I just got it.
Oh,
took the microphone, I took the headphone off so you could probably hear me better. But let me try one more thing. Let's see. I'm so sorry that the sound is
It's
not
okay.
going through so well.
No problem. We really want to hear your story.
Yeah.
We're really excited
Yeah,
about
one second.
the story.
I don't know what to say, y'all. This is the
It's
only
okay.
thing I have right now. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm sorry. I could put my face closer to it and maybe you can hear me better.
Well, no, we hit the volume's fine. It's just that it's breaking up.
Oh God, there's always something new in technology.
I know this is there. You,
Yeah.
just try
I don't
now.
know what
Actually,
to
it
say.
sounds good now. Just we'll do
Okay.
the best we can. Let's go with the flow.
Okay. Okay. No worries. I'm sorry about that, folks, that you couldn't hear me, but I was saying that I was just kind of giving you a background of my parents and how they really influenced me. My dad told me from a very young age that we could do supernatural things, that we could walk walls, that we could fly, and different things. And so I was brought up very differently. But yet, every time I would walk out my house, it would be a different story. So there was a moment in my life where definitely I had to become have a more harder experience, because I think I was 11 and I was walking down my street program. My grandmother gave me a winter hat that had a gang symbol on it, me not knowing that. And these guys beat the crap out of me, and I run my life. And I remember that, but then a lot of things changed. I said, wow, I live in an environment that's not so safe for me, So there was many years during my teenage years where it was all about survival. It was all about making sure I'm able to make it another 24 hours. And because of that,
Julie, sorry to
had
interrupt
learn.
you. Julie,
Yes,
sorry
sir.
to interrupt you. Can we try this? What if you disconnect and reconnect? Maybe it's something in the Zoom connection. So disconnect the
Okay.
call
Okay. So
and then
reconnect.
call back. Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
I
you so
will do
much.
that. All right.
Thanks, brother.
No problem. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you everyone for your patience. We're still, technology is, is what it is. So we can sort of hang on a little bit.
Yeah, it's it's an opportunity to listen to a completely different background coming.
Yep. So one
telling about plant medicine, like Julie is
while we're waiting, I wanted to pick up on something that Kristen said that actually really touched me in my heart deeply, which was this idea that this worry about your body being a safe place to be. My dad died at 42 from a heart attack, so I was like 21 years old. So I was Superman until my dad died. I was lead athlete. Swam on swim team, worked on the beach, all that kind of stuff. And then when my dad died, from that moment, my body felt like it was never, my body's never felt safe to me ever since, because his father and their father before them, everyone died in their 40s. So it kind of like really shifted. It really shifted sort of my point of view on the meat bag. So when I started drinking ayahuasca three years ago, the big thing that came up to me was that ayahuasca, like I wasn't getting all these crazy visions. The ayahuasca was pulling me back into my body and saying, you got, get in shape, breathe and take care of the vessel that your soul is living in right now. Because if you don't, then it's gonna have to transition and come back somewhere else at some other time. So I almost started tearing when you talked about that. It was just so brilliant. And especially like for me, like, because I'm 63 now, so I'm not Superman anymore, and my body's sort of like less and less safe to live in, because this vessel's not going to last forever. So I really feel that acutely. But so I just wanted to say thank you so much for that. It just was such a brilliant insight. So Julie,
yes.
so shall we try again?
Yes, yes. Can you hear me now?
I think so. So let's give it a go.
You can also try to take off your video.
Oh, right.
You can speak. You can go.
Go. Let's go.
Okay. Well, I was saying that part of my teenage years and early teens were about survival, and it wasn't until I got into Tai Chi and Qigong that a lot of those traumas and different things, like the sister, like people were saying earlier, some of the traumas that people didn't know that they were holding on to. So a lot of the traumas started to come up for me working with the Qigong, the Tai Chi and all that. And I would cry after class and just not knowing why I'm crying and all these things coming up for me. So it was a very interesting experience for me at that time. I started getting into teaching plants and fungi, like I said, in college. And it opened a whole new world for me. One thing I realized that I've been doing this for several lifetimes. This was the thing was all this memory started coming back to me. All right. And it was amazing. I remember the first time I spoke at UMass Amherst for the subject of urban shamanism. And I met my good friend who passed away. And I just came back from his memorial and his conference, Baba Kalindi. This man right here, that's from Detroit. Wonderful elder. He taught me so many things and just a real great person in my life. But I remember I met him there at UMass Amherst, and he said that he was proud of my talk. That meant a lot to me. You know, this man, before he passed away, he was taking about 50 grams of mushrooms and more and going in. And he taught us about the different realms that you go to, the realm of the musicians, the realm of the warriors, because he had a martial art background. So he was talking about really teaching us about the divine warrior, you know, and I've been learning more about that, intergalactic warfare and what does that mean. You know, what's so interesting at the conference, there was a man there, right? A good friend of mine, and I was telling him, for all these years, man, I do these chanting things. And for me, I think it's like gibberish or whatever, and I don't really know what it means. And he said, well, dude, can I hear one of these songs that you say? And I was like, sure. So I sing him the song, and he says, hold on, wait a minute. You're speaking ancient Mayan language. And I was like, what? What do you mean? And he recognized some of the words that I was saying because he does a lot of mushroom ceremonies. And some of these songs that they sing in the mushroom ceremonies, he automatically recognized. So I was having this memory come back to me. I was having the memory of saying, wow, okay, I've seen my life as this Asian man teaching it, martial art in that life. This Indian man doing ceremony in this life. So I realized that I've been coming back. We all come back and we leave off, pick up where we left off, you know? What's interesting, what happened to me, 2 weeks ago? And this blew my mind. I just learned about this. The downloads are just coming, like some of the speakers that have been talking earlier. And some brothers, a good friend of mine, gave me some very strong mushrooms, and I thought I was just gonna have a regular meditation that night. I end up going full blown into this ceremony work that night with him. And my whole apartment building, the living room turned back into an ancient Mayan pyramid. And my whole body changed and everything. I seen myself as the indigenous Mayan man. And my friend turned into this indigenous Mayan man as well. And I was serving him some hape at the time. So we just had a flashback of giving each other hape back then. And I was like, wow, this is amazing. You know, we've been here before. I told him at that moment, I was like, we've been doing this for a while, man. And me and you have been traveling together as friends for a while, you know? So what was interesting is automatically I started seeing his past lives. Same body structure, different face, okay? So he showed one lifetime, his face changed and his whole face was tattooed up, his whole body and everything. And he was showing me that he had that lifetime in Fiji Island. Another lifetime, same body structure, and his face changed. And he looked like a Mongolian warrior, long flowing black hair. And it was amazing. And I couldn't distinguish which lifetime it was between the Fiji Island or the Mongolian lifetime. But he took many lives during that lifetime. He was a warrior, but he did a lot of he accumulated a lot of negative karma in that lifetime. Killed a lot of people and was dealing with a lot of dark magic during that time. They told me, the great spirits were telling me at that moment that there's a tool, a way that I could give, a certain way of giving him rapid to clear that negative karma from that lifetime. I just learned it at that moment. It was amazing. But I kept on, I was in trance, and they kept on saying, I kept on saying out loud, this is the way the elders used to do it. This is the way the elders used to do it. And I was literally packing hape in my hand, like a full, now you know, sometimes you give a little dose. They wanted me to put a whole bunch in my hand. And kept on going one after another with him. And they showed me a certain way to do a prayer while you're blowing the rapé in the person's nose, a way that it travels through the person's soul body in a certain prayer and song while you're doing it. It was amazing. At that point, he did this purge that I've never seen with anyone. It was amazing. And then they told me for him to give me the hape, and he was so weak at that moment. But I said, they're telling me that you have to give it to me now so I could clear the last remnant of that karma in that lifetime. He gave it to me. I did, and I'm understanding the purpose of these mudras now more. I went into the spontaneous mudra thing, and there was a entity that was attached to him, which I had to bind him and throw him into dimensional states. I had to purge like no other that night myself. After I left him, they told me to light a particular incense, which I did. They told me to take the stuff that he threw up, make sure it's outside. And I was so tired, my last strength, I tried to listen to everything they were telling me. And I took a whiff of the incense and I started purging uncontrollably myself, just to let go of any of those energetic remnants that might have been on me from him. But this journey is amazing. It is amazing. And my favorite medicine, I work with a lot of different medicines, but my favorite medicine is the bufo, is the toad medicine. You know, I went to Costa Rica and I learned how to manage the combo. And that's another story itself when I connected with the Harlem monkeys out there. But bufo, I've learned, is dear to my heart. The toad is dear to my heart. And I had a very a retreat that I did 2 months ago, and it was amazing because it was an individual that was there that just came from the rehab center. He had a stroke, and I was talking to my good brother, and I said, "Listen, man, you're gonna walk again." You know, he was coming in there with his wheelchair. You know, he was helping the brother, and I did some work, and he's been doing some work prior before he got there. He's a strong, but I love this brother so much. But long story short, when I told people to get together, get my tuning forks, they're telling me to work on this side of his body. And man, I was smoking the toad like it was a cigarette. It was crazy because I was in that much of a trance. And they kept on telling me, go deeper, go deeper, go deeper with the toad, right? It went at one point, my crown chakra opened and it said, whoop, and this light went from my head up to the sky, and I started making it thunder outside. It was crazy. It was crazy. And after all the other things, I can't tell you the whole story because I don't want to take up everyone's time. While the healing was over, I seen an image of Asar. Asar is the proper name for Osiris in the Egyptian mystery. He was bright green, went into me, and then went into my good friend. At that point, they told me the healing was over. A good friend of mine, who's a naturopathic doctor, his name is Dr. A, she told me, she said, Kari, that's his name. Said, Kari, stand up. He had two people beside him, two guys that were going to help him out. He said, man, I don't need any help. I'm all right. And it was, we witnessed the miracle that day. The brother started to walk. All right. Not only did he start to walk, the guy picked up some speed and started to tread around his back, the tree that was in her backyard. My third eye was so open, so I see his deceased mother that passed away was right beside him, cheering him on. I was crying like a baby at that moment because I know I was witnessing a miracle. And I was like, oh my goodness, you know? And there was a woman that was riding down the street in the car with her daughter. She stopped the car. She got out. She was intrigued with what was going on. She felt the energy. And she said, I don't know what you guys are doing, but I have to stop and ask you what's happening here. I said, you see this guy? 5 hours ago, he was in a wheelchair. He couldn't walk. She said, are you serious? I said, I'm dead serious, man. She said, can I take my phone out and record him and show my church friends? I said, sure. Right? So she did that, and she started telling me, you know, I was depressed that day. She said, I was so depressed. I was feeling down, and God told me just to get in my car and drive. And I end up on you guys' street. So it was confirmation, you know, hearing her story, hearing the connection. And I just want to say, even just Bufo itself, it's so amazing because to me, what Bufo showed me, when I had my first Bufo experience, I was reborn in a big way, you know. I seen my whole body like a Alex Gray painting in one of my favorite artists. And I seen my veins and blood, everything was pulsating through my body. And I left my body. And I seen all these masters lined up. One of these masters was this guy who I have a lot of reverence for, Sheikh Ahmadu Bamba. They call him the African Avatar. They tried to kill that man 286 times. They gave up after a while. Because when you step into your God self, you know, you are who you are. You know, they tried to drop this. There was one story, the German army kidnapped this man, put cement blocks on his feet, kicked him off the plane over the Atlantic Ocean. And when they landed the plane, seen the man doing salat. You know, I would hear, you know, hearing about these people lets us know that not to worship them or put them on a pedestal, but to give you a reminder that you could do the same thing yourself. You just have to do the work. You know what I mean? So when I had my first Bufo experience and I've seen him and other masters that were lined up, they kind of saluted me and letting me know, yeah, you belong here, you know, and congratulations. I went through this I was going through all the dimensions simultaneously. I went through this cosmic womb. And it was like a baby being born. I started to yell, ah! And I literally went into singularity, literally became one with everything. And at that moment, I was still aware of me, the so-called construct of this avatar called Dooley. And I said, hey, this is what these masters are talking about. This is what this taste of enlightenment is about. And I remember Great Spirit was telling me, yes, I am everything. I am the homeless man on the street. I am the prostitute. I am the killer. I am the holy man. I am all these things. And I'm all these things because I had to give birth to myself to know myself. And I know myself through living through all of you. Because Great Spirit was telling me that it's constantly gaining wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. And it lives for us, and we are them. We are it, you know? So it was so beautiful. And there's so many beautiful experiences I could tell you on this path. You know, when you're very sincere, I believe Pachamama, we're at this great shift right now. And she's giving us these great tools for the last wake-up call. Because, you know, it could go either way right now. And we've done this before. That's why I appreciate Baba Kalindi. He was teaching us about the AI, teaching us how to come, because he's a warrior. And I had to learn, see, I had to backtrack for 1 second. I was initiated in the early 2000s. I was studying a lot of Tibetan Buddhism. And I was initiated into this chud practice. And that practice is deep. They do all their practices in the cremation ground. And they tell you how to go beyond your fear. All right? You offer your physical body to the demons, to the lower dimensional beings. So you will not get caught up in this show, but at the same time, allow these lower dimensional beings to liberate themselves from what they call the will sometimes. Okay? So these practices teach you how to bring out that inner warrior that tells you how to go beyond fear, how to even sniff out these lower dimensional beings, Gen or parasitic beings when they come around, you know. I encountered that at the Detroit Psychedelic Conference. I had over 100 people the first day coming to me for rapé and sound healing. And they were all lined up nonstop. Since I got there like 10 in the morning, they stopped until like almost 12 at night. And there was one particular individual was just standing right next to me. And he had so many low-dimensional entities that were jumping off of him onto me. So I had to battle them while taking care of someone else at the same time. And I was so happy that one of my good friends finally did pull him to the side just to talk to him so I could concentrate on the people that I was working with. And I later understood what was going on with him. The next day, he did get some healing from me. And I realized that he was in Santeria, which is a tradition throughout Brazil, different areas in that area that deals with the Orisha system. The systems, the elemental spirits that they reverence, the tradition going all the way back to the Yoruba system in Nigeria, you see? But within slavery, this knowledge, transatlantic slave trade, a lot of this knowledge spread around throughout the Caribbean and different places in America, okay? So he was initiated into that. But one of his teachers were jealous of him because he started to outgrow his teacher. So he started, a real teacher wants his student to excel, right? So this so-called teacher had a lot of stuff he still had to work with. But this guy was throwing hexes on him and his family. And when I was doing healing on him, I picked that up in his stomach area and his lower back. And after the healing, he was like, was there anything that you picked up? And I had to be honest with him. I said, yeah, this is what's going on. And he says, do you feel somebody's throwing the hex on you? I said, yes, they are, And he said, a male or female? I said, it's a man. And we had to discuss that. And I'm glad I had that interaction with me because I realized what was happening on the night prior before with all the things that were jumping off. And sometimes this path gets real deep. And that's where the warrior aspect, the divine warrior aspect comes out of you too. That's why, my father used to take me to the Krishna Center when I was about 4 years old. I was in love with Krishna. I used to see his image and I was like, man, I don't know what, I was a young boy, but I knew there was something special about this Krishna fella, And when I started to learn about the Mahabharata, the Bhagavad Gita and all these things, and seeing the conversation that happened between Krishna and Arjuna, and how Arjuna did not want to go to war with his cousins. But Krishna was trying to tell him, what is death anyway? He said, this is all an illusion, my friend. Even this fight right here, this is all in the mind of the creator, of the all, of great spirit. And great spirit, like I said, is constantly trying to learn itself, even through the dual opposite, okay? So yeah, I could blah, 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 blah. I don't want to go. You have some other people that have some real things to say. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Duly
Wow,
amazing.
Julie.
Duly amazing. Thank you so much, man.
Thanks, brother.
Because you're from Costa Rica, my friend. Because you're from Costa Rica, I have to tell you one quick about the monkeys, the Holland monkeys. Because I'm from the city. I even never went to, no camping or nothing, So I remember I got this scholarship to learn, how to do the combo. And the combo medicine, that's just something in itself. They call that the great vaccination of the jungle. Very strong medicine, very strong detox medicine. And I remember I would hear all these monkeys and different things, different noise from the jungle, and I would hear them, I wouldn't see them. So I'm like, what is going on here? One day they showed themselves to me. It was 3 of these Holland monkeys. They were in a tree when I was going to get some breakfast. And one of them was staring at me intently. We just caught locked eyes. And he was looking at me for a long time. And I was like, oh, what's going on here? You know, later that night, boy, oh boy, later that night, I wake up around 3 something in the morning. I couldn't go to sleep because the mosquitoes kept on biting me. I had to take, the little net around me, but they were still getting in. I was like, ow, ow, these guys keep on biting me. I was like, oh my goodness, I couldn't go to sleep, right? So I'm deep in thought. I'm deep in thought, just thinking about God, thinking about everything, real esoteric stuff. And I said to myself, God is everything. Couldn't God be an animal too? I just had a thought, right? Next thing I know, man, it felt like my spirit is rising out of my body. Before that happened, maybe back up. As soon as I had that thought, I hear all these monkeys on the place where I'm sleeping. They're on the roof. And I had a roommate that was sleeping over there. And I don't know how many of them there must have been, right? So my roommate, before he wake up, because they were making all this noise. And animals are consistent. They're very consistent. They have a time when they go to sleep, a time where they wake up. Some of them are nocturnal, some of them in the daytime. So I know these monkeys go to sleep when that sun goes down. So this was very strange, just to let you know. I knew something special was happening, right? So on the roof, making all this noise. Next thing I know, I get pulled out of my body, right? My spirit gets pulled out of my body. I connect mentally with all the monkeys. I learned that the animals have a very beehive mentality. They still have their individuality, but yet they're still connected collectively, mentally, and they're very telepathically. That's why that sister that even said that, she was in the ceremony, the shaman, knew everything. That's the original communication. It's telepathy, you see? So I felt like I was connected with all the monkeys in the jungle for miles. It blew my mind. After I had that experience, my spirit went back in my body. My roommate that was there in the same cabin or whatever, he woke up because they were still jumping around. And they said, hey, Julie, what's going on here? He was scared. He didn't know what was going on. I said, listen, man, I'll tell you in the morning, man. It was too much. I'll tell you in the morning, man. So when he woke up, I was like, listen, man, I had this thought about, could God be everything? Could he be an animal? And I merged with the monkey's consciousness. And that's when you started to hear all these.
Julie, that's for you, brother.
The thing. And he said, are you serious, Julie? I was like, yes. I was like, it reminds me of that movie, The Beastmaster. I don't know if y'all see that in the 80s. It was a movie called The Beastmaster. So I'm a really jokey guy. So I have a lot of that leg bar issues that sometimes walk with me, one of them archetypes, So I was like, listen, man, I think Julie's the Beastmaster. So we had a good laugh, man. But I'm gonna end right here, man. And the people at the retreat, they even recognized and heard the monkeys too. And I heard them talking at breakfast. Oh man, did you hear these monkeys last night? They were really making a lot of noise. I didn't tell them that much with them, but it was amazing. And God, bless all of you. Keep on doing the work that you're doing. Let's not get caught up in the differences. Of course, as ethnic people, races, different cultures, we still have work we have to do, even with the trauma, the sister that I was saying with the trauma. We have trauma within our DNA, my friends, even on a collective level. So some of that, we have to do that work, not only for ourselves, but even for your family bloodline. You know what I mean? That stuff is very important, my friend. I'll tell you another time about a woman that was trying to escape slavery through the sugarcane field when she had an experience with iboga. But, these memories are still in us, even from past lives. And that's why this work is so important. That's why we continue the work. Never think that you got it. When you think that You'll be in your own way. Well, always learning, my friends. All right. So bless all of you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, brother.
Wow, dude, thank you so
Yeah.
much, man. Really appreciate your energy and the stories and the wisdom that you brought into here. And it's beautiful to see you brothers smiling and, you know, channeling that energy. So really amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, we have Dooley and I have fun when we're in ceremony together. It's it's
Sure.
yeah. We kind of like, I think it's funny, you know, because like the people that we do it with, they're sort of the more demure folks, and you know, I was raised up with that sort of warrior ethic, and you know, it was when he first came into the circle and had that energy, I was like, yay, you know, they say we're going to do the men's circle later on. You know, it's like the sacred masculine. Like it's not bad to be a warrior. Yeah. It's an energy that it's an energy that, you know, that lots of folks possess. Yeah. So wow, thanks, man. I was, by the way, I was at that in the backyard on the day that Dooley's friend walked. I actually saw him on Facebook doing a Facebook Live thing. It was like, hey, where the hell are you? What are you doing? So he told me how to get there. So I ran into town. It was really great. All right, so we're at 11:52. We're scheduled to end in 8 minutes. So I'm going to pass on telling a story today, and I want to thank everybody for sharing. I want to thank everyone who's watching for their energy, and I want to thank everyone who's going to watch this later on for their energy as well. I was shocked because this is our 4th day doing this, and we're getting over 1,000 people a day who are coming in and looking in on this. And so, you know, with that idea of like each person has their own circle, if we do the geometric calculations out from that 1,000 people a day that we're touching directly, we're getting this message out in a huge way, and it's been just so brilliant. I want to thank John very much for including me in the TYPM camp. I want to thank World of Wisdom for inviting TYPM to participate. I want to thank all of the people that are watching and listening, that are going to watch and listen in the future. Thank you so much for this wonderful experience. Thank you to the medicine. I'm grateful that, I mean, it took me a long time to get there, but I'm thankful that I found my way to the medicine. And I'm sure I think everybody feels that same way too. It's just been so brilliant. John, did you want to have any, would you want to have a last word, or are we good?
No, Niels is on the call, and I want to say thank you to Niels for organizing this event. I think there's in total about people connecting from about 40 something countries or more. And it started as an idea about a year ago, pretty much around when we started thinking about Thank You Plant Medicine and kind of coming together, these ideas of collaboration on a global scale, and our ability to first connect, trust each other, and then do things together and create and co-create. So big thank you to Niels and the World of Wisdom team.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Niels. And John, I'm glad that we met last October at the Horizons thing. It was this has just been so brilliant. All right, well, thank you. I guess that's all for all of us. So a little bit of logistics. You're going to keep this going all day, John. You're not going to.
Yeah, we're moving into microdosing with Liana. She's going to talk about all aspects of microdosing. She has a lot of experience, and I'm going to stay on. Whomever would like to stay connected can connect, and people in the Thank You Plant Medicine community, you're invited to join us through the Zoom link that I just posted. Also people on the WhatsApp group. So join the conversation, come and learn, and you can contribute as well with questions and your energy. So super invited. And we're going to have microdosing, then men's circle is coming afterwards, and then women's circle, and then we're creating space for jamming, and this is completely going to be experimental. So inviting people to join with their instruments and voices, and we're going to share some medicine music space. That's going to come after later on the day at 4 p.m. EST, if I'm not mistaken. So everybody's welcome to join on that. I have a few friends joining, and we're going to do something special. So that's the plan for today.
Okay, so thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Dooley. Thank you, Liana. Thank you, Kristen. We did have one speaker today who was scheduled who had some technical issues, Alex. I'm really sorry that we missed you, Alex. When you see this, we felt your energy. Thank you for your strong intention to wanting to share with us. So this is it. Thank you. Love you guys. Thank you so much. John, tag, you're it.
Bob, you're hanging around?
Hey, that was awesome, man. Thank y'all, man.
Yeah.
Okay, Dooley.
Yeah. I'm gonna just I have to eat something, so I'll probably I'm gonna turn off my video for a little while, get some caffeine and some food. But yeah, I'm gonna be listening, and I did a lot of microdosing, so if there's a conversation to be had,
Please share.
I have experiences and thoughts about that.
Awesome.
Kristen, thanks a lot.
Kristen, amazing story. Jamie, amazing stories.
Yeah.
I love the connection we had today. So.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah,
All right. So I'm gonna check out for a little bit, and I'll be back. Love you guys. Bye.
Bye, Bob.
Peace and love.
All right, Liana.
Wow. So thank you, John.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Hola, hola. What a garden.
Yeah. I was a present for Dooley. He was talking about all these amazing howler monkeys, and I wanted to give it to him.
The monkeys, yes. Wow. Well, we're gonna
Yes.
Amazing.
Yes. Amazing. 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 I mean, there was even the warrior aspect. I wanted to even talk about that because that just never really came out of me. This is recent. So a lot of the work that sometimes I do is taking entities off of people, so lower dimensional frequencies. And especially like even some of the ceremonies that I'm involved would be in with Dara. She comes from Brazil, so she brings in a lot of the Orisha system. So some of the Orisha would just go open, and I was never initiated into that system, but Shango would go for me, and I would do the Shango dance. Yamaya would come through, and next thing I know, I'm dancing like a woman, and I'm doing this whirling thing with my long shirt and stuff. But these powers are real. We could definitely access them at any given moment, any given time. And the Sufi path, like I was saying with Sheikh Ahmadou Bamba, they tried to kill this man so many times, they couldn't kill him. They literally couldn't kill him. And I've been getting more deep into the practice of Sufism. And they have one prayer, La ilaha illallah, meaning that the only thing that exists is spirit. Everything else is illusion, So they chant that constantly all the time. That's what's on their lips all the time. And me just doing sometimes the prayer or the salat, I'm back into that beautiful world. Never took the medicine at that time, but you just being in that prayer, just being in that ritual at the time, just take you back to the medicine, So it's a beautiful path indeed,
Thank you so much, Dooley. So the hour has come for what we had planned for yesterday, and it came today. We're picking in our show here and moving to microdosing. And Liana is going to present aspects of microdosing that you might have not known before. So stay tuned. And if you have any questions, if you have any items you'd like to know about microdosing, please put in the comments on Facebook Live, and we can ask Liana. So enjoy.
Where do I go for the
amazing?
Where do I go for the Facebook Live?
Dooley, you can stay on here, or you can be on Facebook Live. You can stay on the Zoom, however you want, and you can post your questions in the chat, or when we open up for questions, you can ask them. So feel free to hang out, be here the whole day, or you can go on the Facebook Live. I'm going to post the address for the Facebook on the chat here. Liana, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for creating again the space, for bringing up this topic on the table. And for sure, many of us and people from the community had experienced already programs or processes or steps in their lives with microdosing, different types of ancestral remedies. And personally, I'm going to focus now on the ones that come from nature directly. So we work with ayahuasca, San Pedro, psilocybin, and cannabinoids. That's the ones that are, we are having people taking a deeper connection with themselves with these tools, because these are just tools. They are 100% organic, they are plants, they are animal extract. In this case, they are all plants, but it's not gonna bring you anything that is not already there inside our organism or our system and the biochemistry of our body. And this is really important in especially a society that we live here in Europe or in other countries where we believe we need to consume or ingest something in order to obtain something that we are lacking. And this is one of the biggest difference with any other type of substances or remedies or medicine, which is this just release what no longer serves in the organism in order for our full being to align itself and work and flow. As we know, we have different types of bodies, and normally we only see this one, okay? And the physical one, when we have the emotional, the mental, and the spiritual. We just go through life most of the times thinking that we are fine, we function, we go to work, we have relationships, we have family, friends, everything is fine. How are you? Everything is good. And you? Good. Okay. What if we go a deeper? What is going on? And especially now, I think the microdosing is a tool that is really important, as we cannot travel because of the COVID situation so fluently, or we cannot relate and get closer to others. In order to facilitate the access to these tools, which work perfectly, and we're going to discuss how they do it after, it is really important that people know that they exist, that they are accessible, that is something that according to the moment that each of the person is at the moment, it will be a personalized program with facilitators, with integrators who are going to do a following, is going to be supporting before, during, and after the process in order to integrate all those small changes that are going to arrive. So a microdosing is taking normally a 10th, 20th of the full session in a small dosage every day. With psilocybin, there is the system that you take one day and then you rest 2 days and then you take it on the 4th. Well, we have arranged a dosage that is still you have the benefits, and not such a way that you have to leave 2 days in behind, because just to support that the people don't forget about it. And then it passed 2 weeks and then I was like, oh, but I was on my dosing program, I forgot. No, just like it's really important. And this is the key factor, one of the key factors for this to work, is that the medicine or the ancestral remedies, how you want to call it, don't work. What it works is a decision of the person to go and look what is going on in life, where it comes from, go to the source, observe, and from then everything will move. So we can talk now about many aspects, and probably I would prefer to just like focus on the practical one in the day by day. Like, okay, there is an awakening going on as a collective, as an individual. But what we really want to focus on is that no matter how much I can go to a session and I can connect and with all that pure love, if then after 2 weeks, I'm going to go back to have arguments with my partner, or I'm going to keep the same patterns of relating or feeling the same about myself and like all those things, It's a matter of vibration. So the intention is to bring that vibration of an energy that flows naturally to our daily life. So we arrive to a point where we don't need anything else. We will have remember how it is to, okay, there are going to come situations, for example, let's start with San Pedro. It's called the Kiss of Heaven. It's a cactus. And what it does is like a massage from the inside. I don't know how to put it, like the whole resume will be that. Just like let yourself, okay, be smooth at the moment, relax, and all the defenses that we have during the day, because that one that I didn't like is coming, is going to ask me for something, the other one, all those things that we go through the day without paying attention. But they're affecting us in our mood, it's affecting us on how we act or react. The San Pedro creates like a space, and it will be the same like if we inhale, we take a space as a moment and we exhale. So it's like zoom out, feel good, feel that you're here in your body, remember the body, how to flow naturally, how it works, let it go what is no longer serving. And from that space, then, okay, then let's express. So San Pedro has been working really good on those areas, more on the physical body to relax it and leave the tensions, the pain, muscle pains. And when things come that before were triggering, now I can just see them, but I'm not affected. I don't synchronize, I don't resonate with those. So it's like, okay, I'm feeling good already. That is not going to move me from this place because I see that it's nothing to do. And I'm feeling so good that I don't have to go and consume cigarettes. I don't need to consume food. I don't need to consume more wine, for example, just another glass, because it is easy to sometimes, especially in the social, no, sometimes we meet some friends and we go in that flow. Well, it creates a space where you say it's not calling. Some of the things that they were calling, those are not calling anymore, because we feel again that we are whole, that we don't need anything to feel good. Some of the testimonies about San Pedro is not so much about what they have obtained, but rather it had let go that anger, that strong way of talking to my wife, that anxiety. That is like, I cannot synchronize with that. I cannot, like, they have felt it in 2 weeks or so, but the partner had already felt it 1 week before. Like it was like, she was feeling it more than, she was coming, thank you for him to, no. But that it was really amazing that they were feeling like it's not so much what they have gave me, but it's like, oh my God, that I could finally let go of that feeling. I didn't want to be there in that place anymore. So that's San Pedro. Psilocybin, I guess, is one of the most common and well-known, and it's being legalized in many areas. So amazing. And for all, I guess we all know how it works. For someone who doesn't know much, is a lightful remember, a lightful and gentle remember in microdosing of the joy of life, of that sensation that everything is, it's like reconnection with the innocence, like being amused and surprised and feeling good of being part and of the game, so to say, of relating to the others. So for people who have a lot of expression difficulties, which, well, I guess at one point of our life we go through this, it's just that some people for some reason got stuck there, and will be that image that they had about themselves, it starts to melt, and we are no longer so afraid of the others. We are no longer afraid, or we are no longer failures so much, so we try new things, and in a really gentle way. So that is like a surface, okay? We can go really deep, and we know that psilocybin microdosing is being used in many countries to support people with depression, anxiety, post-traumatic disorders. For example, in Israel, is being used for supporting ex-soldiers. So when there is a very big emotional impact in one's life, sometimes it's really hard to move forward. And it's little by little, this psilocybin programs is really supporting. I heard that soon in the UK, they are thinking of legalizing microdosing for these cases of psilocybin and MDMA. So hopefully good news comes soon. What else? We also have cannabinoids, which it's a plant that we all know. And Maria, yeah, you do know, you know it.
All
Okay.
right, I have a question. What's the difference in your experience between microdosing on San Pedro and working with San Pedro as compared to working with psilocybin or psilocybin? What are the distinctions?
So we all know that they all affect all of the organism, but there are one areas where they work more. It's like they synchronize with our being more. So it's like that communication, that information that it has for our body. And San Pedro, I feel, is more physical. It's more like the sensation here, that breathing again, that space from the heart and the digestion, everything is like feeling good, feeling. And with Silo, I think it's more on the emotional level, like mental creativity, but in that space of the being. All those dialogues that we have inside, all those messages, how we are capable to have more clarity and awareness, which all brings, of course, a sensation of well-being in the physical and so on. They're all connected. So depending on where is the person at the moment, one program will work better or the other. So for example, cannabinoids, in cases we all know as people who are going under treatments of cancer treatments, it releases a lot support for not having the nauseous feelings. So not so many pains, physical pains, fibromyalgia, multiple sclerosis is also super useful. But like I said, these are all master plans. So we can say, yes, this is not going to substitute any official treatment, that's for sure. These are just supplements and supports and tools that have been there for many years, millennials. And we can say in these cases, because it's going so all over the world, cancer, for example, that the people know that this is being used, it's being scientifically researched, improved, how it supports. But then we can say all about the information and the comprehensions that they bring as well, of why that illness started, why it got to a point where the system decided to go on that status. So for example, you can also we don't do it at the moment, but we can microdose iboga. In iboga, for example, it works in that way. It takes to the place in the brain before that addiction, for example, was created or that impact happened. So it remembers the brain to work, how it was working before that impact, before those changes happen. And for example, iboga in this case is really useful to go or let go of an addiction of any type, but especially heroin, cocaine. So big ones that affect so much aspects of life in a person and the well-being status in their journey. So again, these are all to research yourself, find information, ask questions, don't leave anything to go. It is to be informed, to find out, okay, these are there, these are tools that are natural, and I'm gonna try to talk with an expert and let's see what comes up. The last one, of course, is ayahuasca. And microdosing ayahuasca, well, we know it's just daily to live from a different place where we are not isolated and feeling that no one comprehends me or I'm alone, I don't know what to do. So it brings a lot of clarity. And for example, a lot of concepts or ideas, it helps us to, or attitude and habits, it supports us to observe and detach from them and maybe let them go. And maybe some new things appear, which normally it all does, but in a really gentle way. It's when people at the moment, like I said, cannot move or travel so much, and they still have the need that they have to move out of a state in their life or have a deeper comprehension of their own capacities, because they bring a lot of awareness behind all those things that no longer serve us, comes out all the creativity and the potential, which sometimes is even more confrontational than what we were used to. So in order to maybe change your job, if you are in a situation that you don't know if you want to keep maintaining in your life, like a partner or a relationship, something that you always want to dream of doing and you never dare, these are all also tools that can support you and accelerate those transformations and movements in your life, which also bring us to the point that the real medicine is mostly the people that you find along the way, because you see that there are many others who are having the same thoughts. So it came to me one point like, but this is all really simple. It's just talking about those hidden thoughts that they are there all the time. And I was never daring to, and then it seems like that one had been going through a similar situation. The other one felt the same. The other, and I'm telling you, I've been to many countries all around the world with this beautiful process, and no matter the economy, no matter the education, no matter, at the very core, we are all the same. We are all wanting to feel the same. We all want to feel home. We all want to feel that we belong and that we are present and important. And we sometimes cannot feel that in the routines of our daily life, and that we are connected not only with our families and so on, but also with our environment. And in this moment, the environment has become really unclear and isolated, really a lot of empty spaces and feeling just angel in our own houses. So it's important, very important, and to strengthen yourself, to recover that inner trust, and to overcome, you're not alone, any of the things that are going on. And to please let express all the creativity that is inside of you, guys. So if there are any questions, I think Navy was joining us. Laura also was going to share some of her long time knowledge of how these tools can support many. But if there are any questions or you want to share, please, your experience, that will be amazing.
Yeah, I have a question for Mayana. She really appreciates the space. And she asked, when is best to take microdosing during the day? Is it better to take it with empty stomach? So some indication of the technicalities of microdosing.
So this is so personal. It's like we are used to the concept of this Western medicine where you have this, you take this. But this is an holistic approach. It's like we have this situation with these conditions or these ingredients, and we want to introduce this one to create a biochemistry so this can dissolve or this is boosted. But it depends on the person. So it's really important to consider all aspects of the life situation. So for example, I have cases that, and it also depends on which ancestral remedy. San Pedro is even better to eat it after breakfast in the morning because it also gives you energy. So it kind of substitutes at the end the tea of the caffeine. And it's really gentle energy like ginkgo biloba or yerba mate. But I wouldn't recommend it to have it in the evening because maybe you're not gonna fall asleep as normal. But so for example, that one,
napper, right?
yes, and it gets activated every time we eat. So you took it in the morning and then you're having lunch or some snacks, and then you're gonna feel again like that wave of, oh wow, okay, I'm feeling good, relax. it's just an extra more hour at work. It's nothing more. And you can go through it from another approach.
So
Then
San Pedro is a morning.
Yes, San Pedro psilocybin, I think in the morning, because what we want is to go through our routines and experiencing them without such a hassles or difficulties, and observe, and if these are the things that I'm doing is what I really love. This is the place where I want to be. This is the state of health that I want to maintain. So we go through that. And the silo and the San Pedro we recommend in the morning. Cannabinoids, for example, it depends. If someone is going, again, everyone, but if someone is going under treatment, we have to talk more about when and to introduce it. But normally in the late afternoon to relax and chill out. For example, there's some professions we they have to, you can drive, you can do anything, but there are some professions that, for example, dentist, right? And they were telling me, well, I don't feel like taking it in the morning because obviously it's really precise the work that I won't have to do. So obviously don't take it in the morning, take it after lunch or give it a space of time after, but middle afternoon, you know? So when you have the time to just go to your home, be with your family, do exercise, extra time, and then you want to. So it's really personal. I recommend that everyone to show up, just write some lines. There are many, many professionals who can go along with them. And we collaborate with shamans, we collaborate with surgeons, doctors, neuroscience, psychologists. So it's seen from many approaches. Yeah, sometimes, and this I have to admit that sometimes we have the temptation that because we have microdosing at home, oh, today something happened, I'm going to take 5 of them. I'm going to take 10 of them and I'm going to have a deep process. Well, don't do that. No, it's not necessary. It's not recommended. And it is not, it is something to observe. Everything is perfect, but it's also a way of discipline towards myself and responsibility towards my life. So if I want to do a full session, I have spaces. There are spaces. We can find spaces with facilitators and support, not alone at home. That's really important also. Yeah. Because otherwise it creates like that thing, instead of going deeper to free yourself, it's like escaping from a reality that we are living here. And it's amazing, and it can be magical to the way that we can create tangible things right here.
Great answer, and I really love to see, that there is first of all different uses for the different medicines, but also different timing and how it affects different people. For example, my typology doesn't really connect so well with cannabis on a day-to-day basis, but there are very certain moments in time where it does. So the point of know thyself and really learn when and how things work for you and don't, right? And maybe Liana, you can talk about what is microdosing, because I don't think we open up with it, and not everybody know what microdosing is. So what does it mean? Yeah.
So microdosing, I think we mentioned it really fast, but it's like 10th or a 20th, it depends on the substance. It's like of a full session divided in 30, 60 or 90 days. So every day I'm gonna have, for example, a capsule of San Pedro in the morning. And at the end, it's like, well, this is really personal. I don't know how everyone facilitates San Pedro, but when I do a full dosage, I start with 15 grams, and then we'll see, we go up, and it also depends on the plant. So for example, in the case of San Pedro, it will be like 2 sessions, full sessions divided in 30 days. So in that way, the person can continue doing its normal life. It doesn't have to take the whole weekend and then go really high, but then go, like I think Kristen said the other day, like after an ayahuasca, that enlightenment or that light of that wave lasts me 2 weeks. In this way, it's like a gentle one. You start feeling those benefits and small changes before the end of the first week. By the 3rd week, it takes like 21 days for the mind to acquire a new habit and reprogram. So by the 3rd weeks, it's like complete different in most of the cases. But again, things are going to be moved. So what we recommend, no matter if it's microdose or full session or full retreat, if you feel like you're happy in your life and that you don't want to change anything, don't do it. Because for sure something is going to move, something is going to appear, new possibilities, new chances, this goes away. So it's like, okay, I'm open to go inside and oh, it's hard to explain it. It's to really dare of going to the unknown, to really connect with the whole humility to say, okay, something, I am more than this. I know that there is much more than this. I know that, for example, like Kristen say, I'm not the illness, I'm not what is happening, I'm not this limitation or this blockage. And from there to discovering is such an empowering process, because you're not waiting for the answers to come outside. It reconnects you with your own capacities. I believe the moment we all take that as a gift and take all of our talents shameless and reconnect and express them, many things are about to change. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of taps into the right to be happy.
Pretty much. Dignity.
And we might not talk about it enough, but we all have the right to be free and happy. And then we kind of forgetness that we have.
Yes, that's the thing. It's a matter of consciousness. If there is no error when we believe, like, I didn't know to do it better at that time, at that moment. Now I know that there is much more. So now I can see that it's another possibility. And there are amazing researchers coming out also about quantum healing, quantum energies, and the infinite possibilities. And then we can take that to all levels. We can take it to family relationships, social systems, economy, energy industry. We can take it to health, education. It's like the more we are connecting with our true beings, it's like everything is shifting altogether.
Yeah.
We are remembering how it is.
Would you mind sharing, Liana? I love that point, and I love how it can connect to any aspect of what we do in life. If it's politics, legal, architecture, engineering, I agree with that. Would you mind sharing with us a few stories of people you worked with different microdosing sessions and how that affected?
So I think I've been already a couple of them. So one is this man who is a young family, really entrepreneurs and with a baby, amazing. But yeah, of course, we are going, just to go back right here, we are going through a global pandemic. Okay, so it's a weird moment in the history of humanity. And they had a local business and a new baby born 1 week before the official COVID started, so to say, like all this madness, to put in a name. But so of course it was like a stressful moment of uncertainty. Am I going to be able to open up my business again? Am I going to be able to provide for my family, my responsibility as male of the tribe, of the clan? Everything was so new for them. And I met him like 1.5 years, and I was in his first ayahuasca and his first bufo. And in 1 year, from being in the middle of, I'm gonna say a country in the middle of Europe, really cold one, and with no one, no family, no nothing. After 1 year, he moved to Spain. He met this woman. He had a baby. He opened up his business, so he was doing amazing. And then suddenly the COVID comes, and all that trust and all that process. It was like, oh my God, I really feel like I need to drink ayahuasca again. I mean, I was like, okay, don't worry. Let's just, because they have it really clear. They're doing it. It's just that moment of impression, intention. So he's the one who said that he felt more after 2-3 weeks that he was not getting angry. He was not being aggressive. He was not with the ones he loved, because he was aware that he sometimes was relating to each other like that. So it doesn't only affect when one is doing microdosing. For our own, we are all electromagnetic files, so we relate to the others, and the process that we do with ourselves, it also expands around and things change. So that's one. Then, for example, this is a tough one, and it's really recent, but I had the message from someone who is under similar situation, local business, and the man is really sick. They have a little baby, and she had suicidal thoughts. So really recently, and it's like everything is like too much. When something feels like it's just too much to sustain or to hold, then yes, it's time for just say it. We are here. We are plenty of souls open up to be there. And I'm telling you, maybe it's much more the presence and the talk with someone who is also, in this case, have experience as psychologist and therapist than maybe the ayahuasca itself, because it's just that feeling that nothing is wrong with me, like in this case with her, that she's not guilty of what is going on. And from that space, then she can come up with another attitude towards the situation and regain, instead of being the victim of the situation, become, okay, a cause, but from here, I can move things, be supported, and altogether change the situation. But then, like I say, collaborate with coaches who work with sport, professional sport people in the Formula One or like main big national leagues of soccer, for example. I don't know, it's so many types of people, like directors of cinema, film cinema, creative people, entrepreneurs. And each of them is because a certain situation. It's because they have connected that the moment is now. It got to a situation where the system and everything that we know might not be the real thing. And to go through that step, that maybe the life that we have designed or thought that we could do or create might not be the one we thought, because there is so much more. Well, say it in words is one thing, but living in that space day after day after day without not knowing what to move first, it can be a kind of a losing track. So it's like, if you are in a wood and you don't know the way out to express something beautiful or to let go of something, and just raise your hand, because someone is gonna come up and take you back to the point where you got lost, and from there then you're gonna create marvelous things.
Bob, you're raising your hand?
Yeah, I have a question. So a lot, the from my reading, the microdosing phenomenon all started, it was started by James Fadiman, I guess. And his idea was that it was to sort of enhance performance. And so subsequently, it's fairly well known that just about everybody in Silicon Valley is microdosing, microdosing acid, right? And so how do you kind of like reconcile that idea of microdosing for performance enhancement with what we know in our medicine work is sort of all about really learning to become a better human being rather than a better capitalist?
Okay, so capitalism. So it's because when you connect, what I felt is like when I connected with ancestral remedies, it was like learning again all the concepts, like what is really love? What is what we meant when we talk about love? Because we talk, what is really what we meant when we talk about capitalism? And we can say that is a lot of business structures, or how the world is based on this element or this type of relationship, these markets, and so on. But we don't forget that behind those structures, there are always human beings who are sustaining it. And they, I don't think the universe, when we say capitalism, is like, what are you talking about? So it's like, is it like we go for life or we go against life? That's it. And sometimes because we believe that this is all what it is, and that we are growing up in individualistic systems or education systems where you and then after you have to compete and become the best version of yourself. And that is the thing that, I don't know if capitalism, but it's the capitalism for me is like, I hear is need and a scarcity. So it's like a kind of neurosis that we go through life in a system that unconsciously making us believe that we are lacking something, that we are missing something, that we are not perfect as we are, that we need to consume more and more and more the latest thing. And it got to a neurosis that, of course, there is an energy of life, there is an energy of creativity. Well, where are we directing it? Towards what are we setting up our attention? And I'm not saying intention, I'm saying attention.
Attention, yeah.
Because that's what we're going to feed. And that's what we thought and we have forgotten. And I think it's also touching so many industries or professions that are creating the reality that we are after consuming. And I'm talking TV media, news, politics products, economical systems, everything. So it's like it got to a point that it makes, or we have been evolving as society from the place that we needed to consume because we were lacking. And now it turns out to be that actually we are whole. We are capable of creating everything. And we are nourishing the system. And now with the COVID, it touches us and it's just like split into many of us, and it become more and more obvious. And so it's not a fact now that it's like it's so important at the moment because it's that face to face. We have arrived to a point when we are seeing each other as a system and as individuals, and where all are together, how are we connected that before maybe we couldn't comprehend it or feel it, and now we feel it. So now there is no, once you see it, it's like with anything that arises, once you see it, you can never forget it. Once you remember something, it's going to stay there forever. So now it's really a choice. And like we said before in the sharing the stories, now it's a decision. If after seeing it, you want to integrate it in your daily life. But of course, we have been moving in society and in some systems so much in a direction that in order to say, okay, this is the trend, this is what is normalized. But even if it doesn't feel good to my body, even if it costs me things, or even if I know the source that is not so transparent and we know where everything comes from pretty much at the moment, and I still want to flow in that direction because of fear, because I don't find the strength enough. Now is that moment. Now is that moment that with the support of microdosing, you can start really reconnecting with the true energy that is inside of us, which is pro-life, procreation, innovation, and evolution, or really got stuck in old habits. And some people, because of that mind that is comfort in this comfort zone, right? It doesn't want to, like, why are you talking about, let's live in capitalism? Come on. But no, that is like, it's happening. So it is happening. Now it's like we want to talk together and sit down together and see what are we going to create based on the common, so sense. So is this common sense going to be the one leading? Because that is in everyone. That is in every single one of us. That is the thing that unites us. And there is no way that we can see, because many things are showing up lately. And like I said, I studied journalism, and information supports a lot, gives you a lot of freedom, but still, not even journalism. What is the truth? Microdosing, I believe that it connects us to a truth that cannot even be expressed through words. It can even, it is there. It is something that it doesn't need anyone to do anything with it. It's just it. And when we connect with that is, and that we are many more people, that there are many more people willing to overcome their fears and do something what they're not used to, because they feel that is the right thing for them, that it comes from their heart, then many things are going to fall. It's affecting in families, it's affecting in relationships that we thought, I got it all settled down and now start over. But it's the most healthiest thing, to do, to stay true.
So as a follow-up question, this is chicken or the egg as far as microdosing and macrodosing go. Where did you get your your biggest insights? And do you think that it's possible to get those same insights, the same insights you can get from a number of years of deep macrodosing practice versus doing a consistent microdosing practice?
So you mean that I could get with or without the same insight? No.
Well, which one do you think is maybe the question is, can you get to the same place microdosing that you do from macrodosing?
Well, it's just like I don't know, but it's just like everything is happening, and we see it in the retreat. We expand our consciousness because the DMT connects more neurons, and we have access to the information in the unconsciousness that we no longer review, but it's there leading, so guiding us. When we go to that information and we can see how my beliefs and the information storage in my being, epigenetics, DNA, is actually creating the experiences that I have in my daily life, what I believe is possible. And like she said, like Kristen explained it really good, like she saw her passion. She wanted to write a book, she wanted to do dance, but it was like her mind was telling, but no, you have cancer, I have cancer, I cannot do that. So those things are touched, and we see it in the microdosing, but then it's so easy to go through the regular daily life and forget about it. And someone comes and I feel attacked, and that was so rude, and we are not anymore one. There is no unity anymore. There is no one love. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Don't even touch me. So, like, well, and it's like, yeah, now again, I have to go and drink ayahuasca. It's not a matter of that. It's that it is a process. It is an exercise of really dismantle slowly what we believe, that if someone is talking badly to me, it's because I've done something wrong, it's a bad person. Oh, no. Let's observe. And it supports us. Yeah, I think I always I found fascinating, and I don't really normally mix a lot of like the religions and so on, but it was like how fascinating that in the Bible we're saying they were taken out of the Eden's garden the moment they ate from knowledge, and they start judging, having judged, like to say positive or negative, good or bad. And in that moment, it's like, gone, you're out of the Eden, you're out of paradise. So it really sometimes connect with, we don't live in paradise. Our daily lives is always thinking like, oh my God, I have to become the best version and more and obtain more and never enough. So I think that's like another sign of capitalism. It's just that energy of that nothing satisfies us. And that's another concept of the microdosing life. From the really true things, the things that are real, I don't need so much. I just need a microdose. When something is not true, then I'm gonna have to take more and more because something is not right. Let me try more. But I found it fascinating that it reminds us that some knowledge has been there all the time, and it's taking us to a place of neutrality. And because the moment I stop having to judge positive or negative, I'm having an illness, I'm having this okay, if I don't judge it and accept it, okay, it is there, then I have energy to do something about it. I'm not in that loop of why, because, oh, what is going to happen, so past or future. No, I'm here with this situation. I know I have the capacities and the tools. Let's go inside and observe where is the root, dismantle, and see what happens. What is trying to tell me that situation? And yeah, it's a process. It's fascinating, but I feel like, and the other day they asked me this question. I wanted to share it with you guys and see what you guys think. They told me, because I said, well, I work with microdosing, but I don't work with chemical ones. I never try LSD, never try MDMA. I just try San Pedro and Ceylon, and they are plants. It's from nature. They are there. Why I want something else if that is there already? And he was telling me, but everything is chemistry. Everything is chemistry. So what is the difference from something that is made on a lab that by humans than something that is a plant and you just mix it? It's going to affect the same chemistry in the body. And maybe it's true. Maybe it is actually true. The biochemistry is there, but I felt in that moment that there is so much history. When I take something from the lab, and I don't know, I want to open up the space, but if I take LSD or MS or MDMA and something chemical in a lab, it doesn't have history. It doesn't have a memory. It's created there by the consciousness of the people who does it. But when I take plants or extracts from animals, ancestral remedies, the information, the data that they have, that seed, that plant, all the environment changes that has been going through, the tribes that have been living next to it, the other plants, all that file of information, it's also transferred to and activates something inside our beings. So it's also that connection with nature. That at this moment in society, I really feel it's important to reconnect more and more with the gifts that nature is providing us as food, as elements, fresh air, clean water. Just like someone told me yesterday, like I spent so much time in front of the fire yesterday, and only that time, that space, it was medicine already. That connection of I think it brings us closer to the flow of life, and it's beautiful to feel that we are again in that flow, and that we are part of that ecosystem that we are living at. So no, the benefits are so infinite that I could stay talking about microdosing for ages, I guess. But it's still, it's something that like I'm gonna microdose for a year. I mean, hopefully, no. Hopefully, you arrive to the tools to move forward and to connect with everything, all that energy that is in everything that we are ingesting in our daily life much sooner. So yeah. But as we say in our project, also we believe that we believe on the support and the powerful aid of nature through ancestral remedies. We believe from the approach that we support and facilitates others to have access to it. The shamans are in the jungle, they are in the tribes, in Africa, they're in many areas of the world. We learn from them. And what we also connect is another thing, is like what are we going to do after? So, okay, we support this, we create this space, if we facilitate this, what are we going to do with that after? We're going to reforest. We're going to put it back where it comes from, where the tool comes from. We're going to create more spaces for people to have access to them. We're going to support to evolve the information, and that is to raise up the voice so the people can finally put their attention to something that is for their well-being, that it has been calling them for a long time, calling us. So it's not only about the microdosing, it's to really get together. more and more, have more and more excuses to get together. Yeah.
Again, about action. It's, I'm fascinated. I have a kind of taking the drive to a different direction, if we may. Have you had with people you worked with difficult experiences through microdosing, bumps, holes you can fall into? What are the warning signs on the road of if somebody is looking to go into microdosing?
Well, first of all, we need to have like a review of all the different areas of the person and in which state, health. Did you have an operation before? Do you have allergy? So do you do exercise? Do you drink? We all consider all those stuff, right? But also we go through the key things that are going on in their life or that have been happening in their life and that they're still there affecting them. So these things are really intrinsic because obviously there are some things in our life that we don't want to go through again. And we think that we have overcome and that we are fine. And sometimes some things come out again. And it's like, oh my God, but I thought that with the San Pedro, I was going to relax and I was going to feel good no matter what. And, you know, the kiss of heaven. And, you know, it has more names. But like, yeah, Wachuma, the tennis of God, you know, I thought I was going to be all love and heart opening chakra. And actually, I'm arguing more than before with people. And I'm like, oh, well, of course. And then I was like, yes, that's to make a funny example, but it's not funny, obviously, but it's because we cannot hide from the truth. And it's there to make us see something. So when we say, oh, has he been going through a roller coaster? But yes, of course, I think everyone here is still on the process and facing new things and riding the wave, so to say. And but if you have been modifying your being, your true call, your intuition, your dreams for too long, and then adjust yourself to a system or a habit or a dynamic that is no longer serving you. Of course, the moment you're trying to get away from that energy system and do something different, then the environment is going to say, hey, you're changing, you know. And in these dynamics of mutual control that we sometimes have, I believe that most of the common cases when someone says, oh, this is not actually doing what I thought it was going to do, is because those kind of situations that they have built such a life that is so far away from what they're really like comes from their heart that it's sometimes painful. And okay, there are, like I say, it's not only about the substance, it's about the integrative dynamics and exercises and review, observation, breathing techniques, movement, nutrition. So it's not the red pill of Matrix. That's very clear. But it's to integrate.
I mean, the macrodose is the
Yeah.
the macrodose is the pill.
Yeah, it's not that. It's like, well, no, but it's going to show you things that I were there that, oh, I felt like I was so true to myself. I thought I was such a, I can tell you personally, I thought I was such a great, I don't know. It, for me, hit me on the sense that really hard that I thought I was right. Like some decisions in my personal, like I really thought I was right on that one. Like this is so unfair. I thought I was so right. Like it's so clear. And then you're like, wait, okay. Maybe not. And that maybe not, maybe some dynamics are not mine. Maybe the ones that I didn't thought they were mine are mine. and to see all those things, how we nourish each other to maintain ourselves in a state. And when some of the elements wants to step away, it happens a lot with, for example, iboga, because a lot of people come to overcome the addiction. So they say, I've done iboga, I've done microdosing, it went very well, I get rid of the addiction, I'm much better, but they stay in the same environment from where they started the addiction. And those energies are still there. So those are the two cases that I feel like in the moment we start going inside and observing and reconnecting things, some things are going to fall. It's like upgrading, so not upgrading, but synchronizing ourselves to a more aligned thing. And then some structures or values or belief that we before really would fight for and we thought that they were so right, it came out that they were maybe not the true to ourselves. So that can affect in some areas, but it's always going to bring you a wider aspect of yourself, and that is freedom. I think it gets closer to freedom. Yeah. Obviously, and I say again, it's not that they're gonna call someone, I want so much of microdosing because I heard that it's amazing. No, we're gonna talk and we're gonna see what is really what's going on, what we really want to work on. And from there, yes, we can stay, we can continue a process. Yeah. So what are your experiences, guys, with the microdosing? Well, I can say one more about the San Pedro, and this is really important. When I came back from Colombia once, I had parasites from the water in my digestive system. They put me on 2 months of antibiotic. It was amazing. It was like, no way I will get rid of them. And I started microdosing San Pedro, and in 3 weeks, they were gone. No, was gone. So that was another of the great things, more like tangible right here and now. It's really like reorganizing everything inside. Mhm. So in your experiences, I know Bob had one really
Yeah.
really
Yeah, this is relates,
forget.
no, I didn't, this relates to dosing. So as I told in stories earlier in the week, I didn't really have access to anybody to trips it for me when I first started with medicine experiences. So I felt safer for me to microdose. So I got my hands on a couple of tabs of acid, and I thought when I mixed the acid with the water, I don't know. I'm a literature person, not a math person, but somehow or another, I thought you could get 10 doses of 10 milliliters out of a 50 milliliter jar. So, so I mixed it up, and I'm taking this and I'm going to work, and I'm like, right, like it was just on the edge of just on the edge of tripping every day. My heart was ripped open. I had no way to protect myself from the energy of all the people around me, and it was just so uncomfortable. It sort of felt like that, that I felt every moment like I was going to sneeze, but I couldn't get the sneeze off, and meanwhile everyone's sort of trying to hand me tissues, and I just I couldn't, I couldn't, I just. It was a rough couple of weeks because I was doing the Fotomin protocol. We do it every 4th day. So it was like that day when I would dose, it would be, whoa. I figured it out eventually, and then actually I switched to mushrooms, which were a lot easier for me to titrate because I just had them dried, and then and then I just weighed them on the scale. But one thing I'm curious about, when we talked the other day about this, you mentioned that you do sort of like a daily dose of whatever the substance is, and the Fotomin is that every 4th day protocol, and then there's that Stamets protocol where they add the lion's mane to the mushrooms. What
We do well. Mm-hmm.
Oh, you do that one? How do
Yes.
these? Which do you find best or most effective for people, or do you sort of mix and match depending on the person?
No. So not on the fact that for what I found, and to also obviously jump that possibility of that they are going to forget, they're not going to remember on the fourth day, they are gonna mess. So we arrange a dosage that is the same amount of that formula, but in a daily one. So it's lighter. We mix it with adaptogens as well, which enhances the integration in the body, like lion's mane, racy, and so on. But it is like, look, you are under a program at the moment.
Right.
So it's like, this is daily work, you know. And daily work means not only the ancestral remedy, the nutrition, the journaling, the bring your attention and expand your awareness of what is happening in the daily. Not, oh, I took it on Monday, then Thursday, which obviously will be amazing if that, but I found that most of the people, especially, I don't know, but
Sure. So if you're doing acid,
no.
so if you're doing acid, for example, like the recommended doses are like 10 micrograms a day. So you're giving people 10 micrograms.
I don't work with acid, so I don't work with.
Oh, okay. Well, what about mushrooms? So like I do like 1/10 of a gram kind of like amounts. So you're giving somebody 1/10 of a gram every day.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we'll see. So it's like 3 weeks minimum, 4 weeks ideal. And then, for example, the other people, they were asking me also, they're under a project of 4 months that they have to develop a big new thing. So they say, we want to microdose, but not because of, like, with a real focus of awareness, energy, clarity, more connection of connectivity, and just to keep the track of that moment, but not obviously like a thing that I'm going to do for like a whole half year. So for example, for them in that case, it was like, okay, just start with Silo or San Pedro, and that's it. And then we will see.
Sure.
So it's like.
So what do you do when people come to you who are on SSRIs?
That are on what?
On SSRIs, you know, Zoloft, Prozac, you know,
yeah,
you know,
yeah,
because they all light up, you know, they all work on the same neurotransmitter, that 5-HT2, whatever, like there's five of them. But anyway,
caffeine, all those things to sleep, or things like.
Right. So do you adjust the dosages because?
Oh yeah, we adjust the dosage. We talk every day of every other day, and not all of them, obviously. No, not all of them. It really depends on why they have been taking it, because if it's like a physical thing that cannot allow them to relax and to sleep, or is it because some moments of, like I said, this woman before, she had suicidal thoughts. So for the moment, she's not microdosing, but she's having an integration. She's having she's for me, she already started the program. She's not taking the pill, but she's taking that attention, that awareness, that sustain, for her to start observing how she arrived to that situation in her life. For example, there are other tools that we do facilitate the knowledge of it in the platform, which are not substances. And one of the ones that come in this case, for example, when the moment where we feel is not the right moment because we don't want to mix with such a heavy medication, let's wait and so on. We found other tools, like for example, human design. It's really clarifying for the people. And it's just like a download of information about your own personal structure energetically. And well, I just invite everyone from here to also review it. So those things, it's just like the ancestral remedies is just the bridge that connects you to that information. The important thing is that you connect to that information. So it can be with the substance, it can be without it, but the important thing is that with them, it's really fast. Because again, you go and you see it and you feel it. But if it's not possible at the moment, it's no problem. We have many other things that can support the person to reconnect with their true being and their true essence.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Okay.
Wow, fantastic, Liana. I want to see if anybody on the call has a question about microdosing, something that comes to mind. Lori?
Experiences. Would love to hear that one.
Thank you very much for sharing. I personally don't have experience with microdosing, but I have been consulted for many guys and practitioners to understand the spirit of the plant. So microdosing is micro too. It's like the spirit is the same no matter what, if it's a branch of little rosemary or you have a harvest complete of rosemary. When you do the tincture, is the spirit of the plant. So I gonna present the book only for the guys that are interested and to know how to start the journey on microdosing. Is the book Plants of the Gods, and is the Prince of Flowers, Xochipilli. The god, this is an Aztec god that I told about the other day, in the posture of sacred meditation and surrender to the cosmos, that we are micro in the cosmos. And in his body has all these sacred plants that start with psilocybin, tobacco, siniquichi, that is the sun opener, datura, and another kind of mirths that are like for lucid dreaming and amplifiers of the senses. So I know that it's now a really important situation in the world to understand how to get connected with the master plants. Everything is a seed or a flower, and we need to plant it to arrive until the consultories or arrive. Morning glory is the other one. It's so many kind of morning glories around, the wild ones, and others are for greenhouses. And the other, this is the myrrh, the red one, we call acasochit, and is used mostly as a kief. So the microdoses are the powders of the flowers of kief or resins. So the microdosing world starts by knowing the botanical name of the plants. So I'm more interested in the people to educate first and ancient researches. Like this book is for the authors, obviously Albert Hoffman and Richard Evans Schultes. I personally am in love with their work as a pioneers in the microdosing world. I'm super honored to be connected with Xochipilli and discover this cult. So I'm a priestess of Xochipilli in Mexico, and her sister is Xochiquetzal, and the name Xochitl is flower. So I think that it's important in world wisdom to flower, to bloom all our practices, our stories, and to only remember that the effects are like this. Sometimes it's not like only flowers and gardens or flower clouds, like the psychedelic journey and entheogenic journey, and also the mental illness that all we have. For minimum it is. It's also a trauma that we need to heal. So the art, it's really important for us as an educators of entheogenic plants, of meditations. How can you heal with the art, or what are you seeing? Before the visionary art was the surrealistic movement, and it is a dream. So I want to also to share that, like, we are all dreaming. This is the other, the mandragora too. And those plants are for making spells. So I think we can make a spell together today during this journey at the end with the medicine, and the spell will be like break the stigma. This is the poppy seed. So it's a beautiful flower, and the effects I think are really intense, like it's the heroin or another plants that are not totally creating an spiritual connection with some god, but probably they are bringing a lot of information on sexual feelings. I don't know, like I'm not into the heroin. Also, like I think festivals or rock and roll, and I bring this, that is the lucidity festival deck. So I invite to everybody to World Wisdom too, to invite the sacred art. This all connected with all these artists, visionary artists are the deck. So every one of them is connected with some kind of plant. And I always take this card like per months. And is communal reciprocity. And it's like a hummingbird kissing another hummingbird in the sky. But it's like a red and blue. So I think we are like a separate in the material field, but we are connected now on the internet. And I'm really feeling like something is happening, that this is from Crystallize, the groove. It's really curious why Thank You Plant Medicine movement started 20 or February of 20. And I was invited to return to my resident program in Italy, searching flights. And then that week, everything was closed from pandemic situation. So the movement started working all virtual. And I cannot wait for to be materialized and distributed again.
Yep, yep,
I
yep.
just want to say, Lorena, that this is so amazing, because last week I was in Ibiza, in Spain, in the island, and I just saw that picture of the hummingbird. I don't know if you guys see.
Yes, it's the hummingbird.
And I was kissing the hummingbird. Wait a second. You
So
see?
where
And I was like, oh, that's so cute. Let me take a picture of it.
Yes, it's a multi-visionary artist that work with the hummingbird.
Exactly like the one you have.
Personally, I work with the sacred goddess of the hummingbird. The name is Xochipilli, no, Huitzilopochtli. And it's about to suck the nectar of the heart. So, and the heart, it's like a flower. So I think when we are working with medicine plants, or I join to ceremonies, or I hold a space for ceremonies, or other guys told me like, tell me where to find this plant, like, and I know the roots of the mountains where we can wild harvest, but also it's the interaction to this communication with the plant and the communication with the pollinators. So there are like many totems around every single plant, no, like the bunny, the bee, the insects, like are like ants, mm, spiders. So we need to realize that microdosing is also that, like a micro world, and our hands are the alchemy to to this is that one I also to want to read. It's about Call the Children. It's like the childrens are the mushrooms. So this book start with a poem of Maria Sabina. And I'm gonna try to say it in English. It said, when you enter in the world of the sacred Teonanacatl, that is the name of a sacred food of the gods, the mushroom or the flesh of God, more things are evident, and you look our past, our future as only one thing that it make happen for God, and that happened before. I see the horses stolen and the buried city, and that existence is unknown, and they are only in a point to come in and join into the light. I see million of things. I know and I see God in an immense watch that is beating, spheres that are spinning around, and inside the stars, the earth, the universe, and whole nine and night, crying, smiling, happiness and pain. That one that knows until the end the secret of the Teonanacatl, that is the flesh of God, the mushroom, can see this infinite machinery of the watch. So I think this is the watch we have to understand. Everybody's like, what time? I'm in Israel. I'm in Croatia. I'm in California. What time? And I think we can like put that symbolic meaning of the time. The time it doesn't exist. I think it's a beautiful journey of world wisdom connected with Thank You Plant Medicine. And I invite to everybody to look for this book, like all the plants are here.
Thank you so much, Chloe, that you brought up the idea that, we talked many times about psilocybin and peyote and San Pedro and LSD as substance for microdosing, but really nature has so many dimensions of microdosing, and this is so super appreciated. Maybe Liana, you want to say a few words because we're over time. The men are waiting for the man hour. You're welcome
Just one question. Can we remain quiet in the men's circle?
Well, as long as you don't mind that we're farting in.
We had the women's circle the other day, and the guys were, can we just stay here? We don't talk nothing. Just observers. So is it allowed or?
It's okay by me.
Of course, and
Just,
you might be leading it as well. So
yeah, we're making this one up as we're going along.
I hope not.
Just so you know, we're going to be drinking beer and farting and watching football, so keep that in mind.
Well, that is going to support many of my last.
Okay, maybe we do a short break for a minute or two. I'm going to present a little bit what we're doing for the viewers. So this is part of the world coming together. And there's actually a gathering happening in Sweden. And Thank You Plant Medicine was invited to hop on and to create a camp on it. Ideally, initially it was a physical camp and actually a physical gathering, but COVID created an online gathering, which is as fun. And we've been discussing many topics over the last few days, from microdosing to women's circle, and trying to describe from our perspective what it is the entheogenic journey, what is plant medicine, and what's the community around it. And it's been a beautiful journey so far. It's really feeling like we're picking. At the end of the day, we are going to have a jam session. So invite people to bring their instruments into the Zoom room and share a song and share a prayer and share a rhythm. After this session with men's circle, we're going to have a short, we're going to have a women's circle, and then we're going to go into the Wall of Wisdom ending ceremony. And then we're going to open the room again for a music jam. So this is where we are. We are going to take a 1 minute break and come back and start the men's circle. So I'm going to bring myself water and I'll see you in a minute.
In a minute.
Bob, you can entertain if you want.
Actually, I'm gonna duck out for a second to take care of some necessities as well. Be right back.
All right, let's crank it. Keith, how are you, my friend?
I'm good. Good. Glad to be here.
Great to have you on board. I was thinking maybe, as you're the elder in the room, we created this men's circle, and we have had in the past many conversations about life and our function in it as men, right? And I wanted to hear maybe your perspective from somebody who had lived and been through. What do you feel are the main male function and participation within the ceremonial space of entheogenic plants and psychedelics? So I'm in the context of ceremonial space, and from what you have seen over the years and with the vast experience you have, what function does a man or the male figure brings to it, and maybe you can share a bit of your stories about it.
Well, I mean, the only real function I see between men and women, this is sort of outside the plant medicine ceremony, but I'm a tantrist. So to me, my role as a man is dependent on my role towards women. And tantra is all about balancing male and female. So if I was like in the position of making love, I would be stoking the fire of a woman. So perhaps, you know, I mean, I can't say this has been part of my experience with ceremony and plant medicine, because most of the ceremonies that we've done have been set up by curanderos, and the way it's set up is the way you fall into the ceremony and find your place of supporting in that. But I think ideally, what we do as men would be to support the women in providing the fuel, because that's what you do in tantra. Is the woman is the train, and the man is the fireman, and your job is to stoke the fire in the train and get it to go faster. And so that's what I'd like to see in ceremony. But I think all of my ceremonies have been just catch as catch can, you know, just deal whatever comes up, you know. But if I was going to like set an intention as a male role, I would set that, because in tantra, it's really everything is lovemaking, you know. Whatever you're interacting with, it's about making love. And what we tend to do in modern society is we tend to look at something and go, I really love that, when we point at it, you know. But to really make love to something, you know, if I point to my dog and say, I really love my dog, that's not making love. If I go over there and I just start stroking my dog and petting my dog, that's making love. So what I would like to see more in ceremony is people making love. And that doesn't mean touching and all that. What it means is just really supporting each other in an energetic, supportive way that elevates everyone. And for me, the ultimate of that has been the one we've been doing with Sacred Anarchy. Because in Sacred Anarchy, you're bringing in equality. You're taking as much hierarchy out as you possibly can, bringing in equality. And I think then we just fall into our natural role as men and women, and we just make love in the room. And, you know, we've only done a few ceremonies like that, but the atmosphere and the experience is pure joy, just pure joy.
Thank you so much for opening the floor, for sharing a perspective about male energy and participation. I honestly, from my perspective about it is that I completely connect with what you say about us supporting space and providing the energy for the ladies, for the women to lead. And I think it's somehow our society went towards the other direction and kind of counting on men, and you see it as the presidential candidates for the recent empire that controlled the world, and it's mostly men, and the resurgence of women into main stage has been so refreshing. And it's something that I believe, from my point of view, we should create as much space as possible for that to happen. So yeah, I completely connect with it. Bob, I wanted to pick your brain about it, and what's your experience as a man within the context of ceremony, plant medicine, psychedelics, but also you have a unique history because you were a stay-at-home dad, as I understand, and it's a conscious choice you took, and I wonder.
Well, it was from the to pick up on the stay-at-home dad piece of it. That was I was sort of at the forefront of folks doing that, and I was very isolated. I mean, there was no sense of being able to plug into into the kid world because I couldn't. Women didn't want to hang out with me because they were like, "Who the hell's this guy?" Right? And then for me also, to quote Billy Crystal from When Harry Met Sally, I've never met a woman I didn't want to fuck, right? So like you have this like sexual tension sort of like built into this, built into the playground where typically that's like not part of, that's not part of what's going on. In ceremony here, I live near Boston, and there's the Boston area has a kind of its own flavor of feminism, we'll say, and it's very smash the patriarchy and fuck the men, and it's in a lot of ways like the language that they use is the language of their oppressor, and the actions that they take are the actions of their oppressor. So it's we're going to get the upper hand and we're going to say fuck you. We're going to we're going to smash you down. And in fact, I recently went through a whole thing with that with one of the local psychedelic organizations I'm involved in, because I did something and and it was sort of like this sort of ageist sexist thing where it was like, well, you're a boomer, so you're a white man, you're part of the problem, right? And I'm like, well, no, I'm just a guy, and I did this thing, and and I said I'm sorry for it, and and the person that I said I'm sorry to said, okay, we're cool, and now you're making a big fucking deal about it because because your trauma, your shit. So it's like, I look at this and I want to say, how do we harmonize? Like, how do we make that tight fit between the yin and the yang, rather than enforcing that boundary between the yin and the yang? Like, how do we go non-dualist, right? Like, how do we get out of this and pull back and go, yeah, we're all part of this whole thing. And so one of the things that's been really refreshing for me is sort of in this world of wisdom context. And, like most Americans, I tend not to, I tend to not really interact much with people from other parts of the world. I only speak English. And I've had this wonderful opportunity to talk to people from all over the place and to get all these different perspectives. And I see even that the approach to the relations between men and women are different in other places. And there's so much to learn from that. John and I were talking about some of this the other day, and it was just like with things around language, because there's like this, there's the whole political correct culture here. It's like if you say a certain word, you're a horrible person. If you if you're in a room with women and you do a certain thing, you're one of those evil patriarchal horrible people. And it's like, how do we get to that place where we find the humanity within each other, and where we understand that we're different but we're the same, and that if we come up with if we can harmonize this, that we'll make this thing that's like so much better. It's like Dooley was talking about that idea of like singularity. Like, how do we find those moments of singularity between us? And I don't, it's very frustrating, and especially in medicine communities, where I think this happens lots, where we're all taking this stuff, we're all having these like really powerful experiences. We all think that we've communed with God and the universe, and we're all one in love and light, and then we're all vicious to each other like at the next meeting, at the next for whatever the psychedelic society that we're involved in. It's like, well, no, as a matter of fact, here's a funny thing. Somebody that I'm involved with in a psychedelic society here in New England just texted me and said, how come you didn't include me in your storytelling sessions this week? And you're like, because I didn't. Sorry. And like, how do we, I don't know.
So Bob, what you mean is how we create a more understanding and more connected as men to the message of the medicine.
Yeah, how do we do that in a place where, and this piece of feminism is legitimate, right? Western civilization has been very male oriented. I was talking with my daughter about that. She's 24 and a feminist in a post-colonial. She's in graduate school for post-colonial studies, so she's trying to fix the world in her way. And she said, I understand all the anger, Dad, because women have been have been on the downside of this equation for so long, and so the anger is righteous, but it's also righteous, and everybody has their own truth. But if we hang on to that anger as rather than the healing, then we don't get to the healing.
It's a great point. I see Thomas on the call, and I'm not sure if Thomas wants to. He's from, if he wants to contribute his ideas about manhood.
When I saw this session, I thought about ceremony space, and what that brought to mind was structure, and that I have many times in a ceremonial space that I would like more structure. Like I would like to, and for to feel safe. And I have been in several situations where I have felt this is like this is loose. I would like more. Like somebody leaving the space. One time I was thrown off, by this. There was an agreement, we sit, and then somebody just went out, and the keeper let this person out. And I went looking for her. And there was this, escalation of things. And this kind of experience, and it really brings up anger in me, I feel like I would like to take structure seriously. To have agreement and take that. Yeah, there's something, when I'm saying this, I think, okay, you can overdo it, and go become fascistic. Yeah, that's true. And where is I come personally from a place where I would like to have no structure, and then I have come to respect structure. And so I would like to have as little structure as possible and no less, So this comes down, and for me, this structure is the first thing that came to mind when I thought of masculine quality. You know, what, of course we can debate what is, you know, yin, what is yang, and then this came to mind, you know, to be at the bottom, you know, to be at the lowest position. For me, this is like the base, and to hold that, there is very, very delicate things there, and willingness to confront is key. Is key, and this I would like more of this everywhere.
So to piggyback on something that Thomas said with structure, reminded me that I practice ayahuasca in Brazilian traditions, and they separate the men and the women. So there's no, you know, the men go on one side of the healing circle, the women go on the other, and it's sort of like, in a lot of ways, it's a barrier between, you know, the sexual shenanigans that seem to come up from time to time at these ceremonies. So is that the sort of thing that you're thinking about, Thomas?
No, no sexual shenanigans. I have not really. I mean, a little bit sometime, you know, but very little, not very, very little. It has, you know, my problems have been elsewhere, or my worries, or my feelings of not being safe, you know. And this is, it is like, you can say, a fatherly quality, and that I can say I am missing. And I can say I am missing generally in the world, you know, and with, of course, this is archetypical, you know, what is a good father, and somehow I feel I know what is a good father, you know, somebody who is prepared to protect me in this case, if I am, you know, in a ceremonial space or in any. And this is, I think, this is somehow the core of it, you know. Am I willing to put my body on the line to protect somebody who needs protection for one reason or another? And in a ceremonial space, you know, it can be, sometimes I have experienced a helper telling off somebody who has gone to the safe mattress and started, you know, have gone into some space and starting to, you know, like speak in your dreams, kind of, you know, start to babble out, and then there is this, you know, sound, and then a helper goes to tell this person off, you know. This kind of thing, you know, that awakens me in that this person needs protection, you know. If I am in that kind of space, especially if I am first timer, you know, like this, I need to have approval, you know, and, you know, especially if I'm going through something difficult. These kinds of, and for me, this is what this comes up for me when I think about masculine quality and then structure. That's pretty much, that's what I have.
Wow, fantastic. I want to ask a question, and Spider, thank you for joining, by the way. Good to see you, brother. And this is a general question for the room. You pick it up. What's your biggest fear as a man? What you fear most? Or
to be crucified.
What you feared in the past the most. It doesn't have to be right now in this time.
Well, I can tell you, like, from where I am at this moment in my life, because you know, My age must be on my mind because I keep on saying, because I'm going to be 63 in a month. But my biggest fear now is losing my strength, my physical strength, and the changes that have happened in my body. Like if you saw what I looked like when I was 25 years old and 30 years old, I was an elite athlete. 70% body fat. I ran marathons, triathlons, all that kind of stuff. And I look at myself now, and I said, who the fuck's that guy in the mirror? And it was in the shower yesterday, and I was washing my legs, and I looked at my calves, and I go, "Fuck, they've shrunk." Like my fucking my calves are shrunk. Because I was a swimmer, so like these, my pecs and deltoids, like these have always been like huge, like thick knots of of muscle, and I'm washing, I'm like where the fuck's the muscle going? And it's just so. I mean, I know all of this happens to all humanity, but like from the male perspective, like that, like loss of virility is really preys on me, especially given my family and cultural programming. My dad was a cop. He was a paratrooper in the army. We came from a really tough. I'm from the Bronx. We came from a really tough place where you had to be physically strong to protect yourself and to protect your women folk. Right? Because if somebody messed with you women folk, all the guys would get together and beat up the guy that did it, right? So now here I am, like on the other end of that, and I'm losing my capacity to do that. At some point it's going to be at any level, but at the level that that I'm accustomed to. And so like I have a 20-year-old son, so like I got somebody coming behind me, but it doesn't help in this moment.
Yeah. Sharing the Bob.
I'd have to say that in my past, my biggest fear was failure. Yeah. So, but now not so much, because I started this retreat center and I've already succeeded. So even if everything falls apart, I've already succeeded in what I came here to do. So now I feel liberated from the fear of failure. I've been married 3 times too, so there's failures in that too, but I also feel liberated in the relationships that I'm in, and just feeling like it's like ceremony, you get out of it what you get out of it. And there's a greater sense of freedom in my life now, letting go of that fear of failure. Yeah, and fear of failure was really bigger than fear of death for me. Yeah, fear of failure was really big. So
how did it affect your life, Keith?
It affected me physically. I was in a really bad relationship, and this woman was really very abusive emotionally with me. And I found my hands going numb, and my sleep patterns changing, and I'd wake up and my hands would just be on fire, And since I ended that relationship, and of course, spending a lot of time with you, Jonathan, that's all gone away. I mean, I still have some numbness in my fingers. There's probably residual nerve damage or something, but I don't get that fire in my arms that keeps me up all night anymore, because I've let go of that fear. I was just living in that fear, living next to a woman who I was so afraid of. And I've made a promise to myself never to do that again. I was afraid to let go of her because she had a lot of things I needed. She spoke Spanish. I don't speak Spanish. I live in Costa Rica, and she knew how to do the business and everything. I was afraid to let go of her, but she left anyway. And then I managed without her. So that was a really good lesson.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is there a fear that crept in while you let go of that fear? Was there a substitute fear that you started to hold on to?
Yeah, there was, after I let go of her, there was a fear that I couldn't do it on my own. That I was not capable of doing it on my own, that I wasn't strong enough, once again, physically, emotionally, prepared, all of that. But the way I let go of that was I just opened myself up to other people helping me, and people showed up. It was like Field of Dreams. I built it and they came and they helped me. So I didn't really have to gear up and become a businessman or any of that sort of stuff. I just needed to open myself up to people who knew what they were doing and came in and helped me. And that's what made all the difference in the world. So yeah, there was a substitute fear. That was also fear of failure, but this time it was all on me. You know, it wasn't, I couldn't point at anyone else. It was all on me. But then I learned that just trust. You know, I had a meditation teacher in my 20s who was absolutely the most mystical person I've ever met in my life. This woman was incredible. She only slept 2 hours a night. She could meditate forever. I mean, she did a 24-hour meditation one time. One time she went 9 days without sleeping because she didn't want to interrupt her prayer. She was amazing. So anyway, she said to me these words, and I'll never forget it. She said, if your intent is pure enough, you cannot help but succeed. And this has proven itself in my life, because when I built this place, my intent, and still is, pure. I really want to help people heal. Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing that. It's an amazing message. If your intent is pure enough, you will succeed.
You will succeed.
See, the other thing that's really resonating for me with this is this idea of like making ourselves available to help. Because I know that I was socialized at a very early age to be completely independent. I remember when one of my male figures in my life was teaching me carpentry. He said, always make sure you can do the whole thing by yourself, because you can't rely on getting help from anybody. And I've kind of like taken that approach. It's really up till now. And I'm finding that lots of things that I'm working on right now, I need help. And I mean, John, it's like, I really feel like it's been a blessing, to meet you, because of this idea of because of the model that you use for TYPM, where it's all about collaboration and making yourself available to the abundance that's out there. But that's, from a family programming point of view and a cultural programming point of view, that's a very difficult shift to make.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, and it needs to put you in a vulnerable position, saying, "Hey, help! Hey, can you help me?" And for us men, it's a little bit sometimes difficult to go there. At least for me, I'd say.
It is.
I'm really curious to hear from Faisal, and if you can share a little bit about your man journey. Faisal also, if I'm not mistaken, created a retreat. And I'm curious to see what's the fear you've had to deal with when you were doing that.
Hello, everyone. I joined a little late, so I don't know what else you guys talked about earlier, but I was really resonating with what Bob was sharing about his fatherhood and dealing with the women and all that kind of stuff. So I'll touch on that in a little bit later, but my fear, first of all, I want to start is fear of success. I used to have that. I'm a born serial entrepreneur. So I've been doing a lot of businesses. So I will always start something. When I will reach, let's say 90%, I'll pull back. And later on, I found out through my work with different mentors, it was fear of success. What will happen if I become too successful? And I think that came from my childhood. Like my parents used to say, okay, people who have a lot of money, those are bad people. You cannot have money, by right means. All these smugglers or people doing bad things, they will have a lot of money. So do not have a lot of money. So for me, that became the subconscious fear that what will happen if I become too successful, people will hate me. So that kind of stuff. And it went on for many years. And I took that with me to Costa Rica, even though I was way better at it, but it became evident while I was doing it, while doing the construction and all that kind of stuff, and while doing and facilitating ceremonies, this fear will creep up again at times. And it will say again, man, this is not good. You're attracting a lot of attention, and this is way bigger than what we have ever done, anything we have ever done in the life. So this can go wrong. And And especially when you have medicine and you're leading all these kind of little fears, they are freaking 1,000 times bigger. And I'll be like, fuck, let me go through this night and I'll rethink, let me do this. And again, it'll come back. And then I started working with the medicine and I started asking, what's going on? Why this thing comes up? And I really had to dig deep and work really hard, especially working with my inner child. And I had to tell him, hey, it's okay. We've been working hard for all these decades. And it is okay to be successful as long as it is done with integrity, with honesty, and with not ripping people off. It is totally fine. Like, we deserve it. I deserve it. I'm putting a lot of time into it and money into it. And we are inspiring people. Like, of course, I'm there to make money, but I'm also there to change lives, to help people change their lives and help people heal. So as long as I'm doing that way with integrity, like I said, it should be fine. And I started getting better. And now I'm at a point where I'm like, hey, it's totally fine. There will be people who are not going to like me, which I have already seen. You know, I don't know if, Jonathan, you have gone through anything like that. Anytime you go to a new place, especially into a different country, if your skin color is a little bit different, you start getting attraction. Sometimes the attraction you don't really want to attract, and it happens. It's fine, and that's the part of business. Luckily, I've been doing business for a long time, and it always happens when you open up a shop in someone else's area, the area they call, you're gonna attract attention, and people are there will be always some people who are not gonna like you, and that's the way it goes. That's the way business goes. And as long as you have good intentions, you should move on, you know. So that was my one piece of what I struggled with. There were many little struggles here, there, but that was one big piece lately, which I had to deal with, and I'm glad I did. And I'm really glad I got around you guys, and it's good to be among men like everyone here, which support each other, which I can support, which I can get inspired. So this is something really good we guys are doing here. Thank you for doing that, Jonathan.
Man, thank you so much for sharing, Faisal. Really.
I have a follow-up question for you, Faisal. With your fear of success, were you also afraid that your family would reject you?
Well, they did already. That's a good question. So give you a little bit of context of that. I moved from my country. I was born in Pakistan. So I moved to states, Oklahoma, of all these states there, Texas.
Yeah.
In 93, when I was 18-year-old. So fast forward a little bit, after 6 years, I got married. Well, actually, after 6 months, I met my wife, and she's from India. So she is from a different country. For us, that's like an enemy country, different religion. So we got married. So my family already rejected me in 94. So that was a long time ago. And then when they heard what I'm doing now, which is, you know, not congruent to if you have a family which is very, very religious family, they're not going to go along with you on this path. And that already happened, you know, and I was prepared for that. And I still get messages here, there, hey, what are you doing? Like, you know, this is totally out of the religion and you shouldn't be doing this. And I'm like, yeah, man, I mean, it's working for me. If religion is working for you, I'm not against any religion. Go ahead, follow that. And let me do what I'm doing. I mean, there are people whose lives are being changed, who I get inspired from, and there are some people who get inspired from me. So this means I'm doing something good. So I'm totally fine with that. But yes, you're right. Family comes first. Like when rejection comes, that's from the family first. I can attest to that.
Because like that's like a big theme in my own family. Because I'm the weird one. They're all kind of like blue collar. Even though they're all well educated, but they sort of like went like, you know, my mom, my sister's a nurse, my brother's joined the military, and then there's me, right? And I'm doing this stuff. And before this, I did, before this, I was into literature. I'm a writer, like all that. And it was always like, there was always that like sort of subtext of like, what the hell, so what are you doing with your life? When I was in my PhD program, so I had a fellowship, so they paid for my tuition and gave me a salary. My mom pulled me aside and said, so when are you going to get a real job? Oh, you mean like working 18 hours a day, 7 days a week isn't enough?
Well, that tells me I'm not the only black sheep in my family. There's another one, Bob.
No, I like to think of myself as the white sheep of the family.
Yeah, I like that.
I'm curious to hear from Navi. Navi, only if you'd like to share. You shared with us a really fantastic story about how you met your partner. But I'm curious to hear from you what is the fears you've been struggling with, or can be related to ceremony, but also generally in life, if you mind. You're on mute.
Yeah, the story. Actually, there's a part 2 to the story where I guess the Reiki master ended my relationship with the person that I fell in love with, but that's for another time.
Okay.
Yeah, but I guess my fears is that I never felt like I really belonged. I guess kind of growing up, I was really dealing with a lot of depression and anxiety. My father was really abusive and alcoholic, had a lot of issues. My family had to move around at least 14 times before I was 20 years old. And so kind of growing up, I never had a father figure. So I never really grew up to really trust men. So I more grew up to trust women because my mom was a rock. So I guess that's kind of the issues that I kind of been dealing with. And the only father figure that I had that I really trusted, which was an uncle of mine that I lived for 2 years, he just passed away really recently. So like that was really hard to deal with. Like, I feel like he was the only person that I could actually call or who would call me or who would text me and ask me how I'm doing. So I've found in using psychedelics that I'm more able to heal a lot of these past traumas that I've been kind of burying. And I've been kind of, I guess my whole life, I've had different careers, I've done different things. The fear of success, fear of money, because I grew up to kind of hate money in a sense. I felt like it was kind of evil, that sort of thing. But now I just feel guided towards this path of helping people out, which I was ignoring this entire time. But now I just want to go towards something that is more heart-centered, something that is not necessarily driven by money, but just something that is driven with a purpose. So this is kind of how I got into all of this kind of recently in the last year or so, is to, overcome all the addictions that I've had. I spent so much money on, I don't even know where it went. It's kind of like you totally destroy yourself in every single possible way, physically, mentally, financially, spiritually, whatever. And now you're looking to rebuild yourself. And now when I'm finally sober, I canceled my prescription for Adderall, which I no longer need anymore. It's kind of like really strange to figure out who I am now, because for the longest time, I didn't like myself. And now I kind of feel like a new person. So I'm now trying to discover what this new person is into. So that's kind of been my journey.
Thank you so much for sharing, Navi. Really, wow.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, Amazing. I'm going to take the conversation to a different direction. We don't have a lot of time because the women are joining and they have a women's circle after us.
We have no time.
Thank you, Thomas. I'm opening a question kind of to, I say to move your minds or your hearts as to what's men's function within ceremonial context and in the world that you want to see, or how do you want to see men acting and working as part of this movement of thank you plant medicine, of psychedelics, of entheogens, and what is our role to contribute to that new paradigm shift, or the paradigm shift that we want to see out there. And it's I'm opening the floor. Faisal.
I think for me, what I have seen in ceremonies and from my own life and living with 3 women, 2 daughters and 1 wife, what I see for us right now, what's needed from men is bridging the gap between us and women. Like we have done a lot of damage over the years, over the decades. That women are scared. Like that's what I see, especially in the ceremonial space. Women are scared of men. Of course, they'll come to do ceremonies and whatnot, but they are scared. And that's what we have done. We have done to ourselves. And I'm not saying all the men are like that. There are some bad apples, if you want to call them. They have done that. And that's the perception we have. That's the angle. Pretty much all the women look at us now like we don't have any compassion. We don't have, you know, the feelings for feelings of equality towards women, and that's what's lacking. And I think that's really, really important. This is what we need to do, and especially when it comes to plant medicine, instead of using it to lure women for our own benefits. That's what I've seen a lot of people do. We need to use that to bridge that gap between us and our sisters, and our wives, and our mothers, and our grandmothers. That's what we need to do because they are equal. That's what I see. And sometimes they are beyond us. People, husbands or fathers who live or who are stay-at-home dads, they would know that. Like I said, sometimes my own daughters, they are the teachers to me. Like the stuff they teach me, I'm like, wow. And if I was an asshole father, I'll be like, no, you don't know anything. I know everything. But that's not how it is, especially nowadays. We are all equal, and this is what we need to embrace as men. We need to have some femininity like in ourselves. We need to connect with that and bring it out if we want to see the harmony. I think that is one way to start, and it is probably the only way to become equal and have harmony.
Thank you so much. I resonate with it a lot. Keith, you have an idea, right?
Yeah, I do. Once again, we're always on that level. I know the question is about men's roles, you know, but I'm the sort of person who always wants to go into a macro view of things. And so I'm going to extrapolate on this, that men's and women's roles for me boils down to a beautiful story that Al-Noor shared with me. He's part of a super secret Sufi order. Anyway, the Sufis have this take on this ancient story, and it's about these 2 lovers. And one is named Layla, and the other is Majnun. And they're madly in love. So the story is a lot different depending on who you talk to, but the Sufi order, they have their own take. So they're madly in love. And one night, Majnun goes over to Layla's house late at night, and he knocks on the door. And she says, who is it? And he says, it's me, my love. And she says, who? He goes, it's me, your lover, Majnun. Don't you recognize my voice? And she says, go away. And he's just crushed. His heart is broken. And he leaves and he wanders for years in complete depression and just, he's suicidal. And then one day he has this epiphany and he goes back and it's late at night again. And he knocks on the door and he hears the voice on the other side, who is it? And he says, you. And she opens the door. In other words, what I'm saying is, I would prefer just throwing maleness out the window, and just, we suffer out of separation, separation from that which creates us and sustains us. And whether it's men, women, plants, dogs, cats, you know, we separate ourselves from what it is that we're supposed to be in love with. And we don't behave like we're in love. But if we see separation as a macrocosmic division and suffering that we are going through in all these different ways, different stories, then we can really get down to the real problem. And that is that, you know, men, women, Hafiz has this poem that goes, the other day, a young woman said to me, how does it feel to be a man? And I said to her, well, to tell you the truth, I really don't know. I'm not quite sure. And she says, well, you are one, aren't you? To which I had to think. And after a while, I responded, well, I kind of view gender as this exotic pet that people walk around on a leash and enter into odd contests to win strange prizes. He said, my dear, a better question would be, how does it feel to be a heart? Because my heart knows only love and is infinite and everywhere. So that's my answer.
Thomas,
say something. Yeah, I think for me, what comes up is protection, and this brings up the willingness to confront, friendly, and this brings up claiming my power, also my bodily power. And this brings up puberty, when the hair comes and the mud, if you will. And then this is the right place. Now I have to build the plane while flying it, because in that age I did nothing. And now to claim that power with my balls, my hairiness, my capacity to stand and protect, even not remembering what gender I am still here. And yeah, I stand for this. I support to befriend the sexual aspects in a neutral, from a neutral lens, like the new power that comes in puberty, that really is a new potential that was not there 1 year ago, and to befriend this. And I come to think of the story of the Minotaurus, which becomes a collaboration between Ariadne and the dude who goes down. That, yeah, I like the idea of this being a common project, this befriending the sexual aspects, the whole being, and in that way the whole power, the whole potential to stand and say, this is what I think in just normal matters in society. You know, the water can be transparent. For this I need the hairiness also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are about 10 minutes off the hour, and I will close the men's circle. I'm super appreciate for everybody that joined, and thank you so much, Faisal, Thomas, Bob, Navi, Keith, and all the wonderful ladies that held space for us. And we are going to close the men's circle with one word from every man that comes to your mind. Just one word that you want to resonate into the space of world of wisdom, into the space of a different world that we want to see. So maybe Navi, you can start, and then you can go Keith and Bob and Faisal and Thomas. To the women as well. So do it quickly. One word.
Compassion.
Equality.
Bob.
Heart.
Compassion.
Thomas.
Willingness.
Laura.
Family.
Pamela.
Family.
Yeah, I wrote it. Pamela.
Consciousness.
Kristen.
Peace.
Sophie.
Forgiveness.
Michaela. You're on mute. Michaela, you're on mute. You can write it in the chat. Silence. I'm going to put silence.
Silence.
Diana.
Tantra.
Tantra. Yeah. We have Mariana. I'm not sure she would like to. Connection. Michaela says connection. Great. Mariana? All right. We're done. We
Hi.
did hey, one word, Mariana.
I'm sorry, I just arrived, but the word that I could think, it's compassion.
Great. Compasión. Right. We have it here in the chat. Thank you so much, everyone, for contributing for this amazing hour. Beautiful community from around the world, and really people from many countries just joining in and sharing the love. I'm going to pass the torch to Sophie. We're going to have an hour or so in a women's circle. And Sophie, I'm going to make you a co-host so you can take over from here. And Lore also, right? Sophie and Lore?
Thank you, Jonathan.
Why not make Sophie host, Jonathan?
I am making her host. Here you go.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sisters, to be here. And thank you, brothers, for your share in this men's circle. I feel very emotional to be part of a men's circle, even if it's for a few minutes, because it's really so touching to hear you be so vulnerable and share your feelings, and that makes you so much more beautiful, and it's so easy to love you that way. And that is what we do in Women's Circle. And for me, it has been a long journey to be able to open myself, to be able to truly tap in my femininity, and to understand that my strength comes from my softness and my sweetness. And my name is Ardi. So my last name, my family name means hard, and I felt for so long that being strong was something to do with be hard, you know. And for indigenous people, I'm already a grandmother. I'm 53 years old, and I'm born in France. I've been living in Venezuela for a long time. I left my country, France. I was 24 years old, and I was already a mother of 3 kids. And when I went to Venezuela, I really started to discovering my true purpose, and I connected with indigenous people very, very quickly. And I've been learning so much with shamanism and been traveling in all Venezuela. When I came to Costa Rica 13 years ago, I was already in this path of connecting with Mother Earth and with the sacredness. But even if I am coming from a tribe of Celtic people that we are doing a lot of magic, and men are wizards and women are witches, all of us, I really feel that we carry this deep fear of speaking our truth and be really who we are. Because of our culture, our education, it's easier to be born in a tribe, in indigenous people tribe, and connect directly what is normal, and then be born in a city with people who have been doing war and being in an education system that brainwash all your system, and just be able to connect again with who we truly are. And for me, my connection with the plant has been forever. I mean, I born from a mother who is a witch, even if she doesn't accept that she is. But she was collecting plants, and she was doing a lot of stuff with plants, and she teaches me how to be so connected with the plants. And when I discovered the plant medicine in psychedelic way, that was so amazing, because I connected so much, so deeply, and they really helped me to come back to my femininity, my divine feminine. So I'm really so thankful about the work that all the women we are doing, because I really believe, and I would like you to share your experience as women, but I really believe that it is our duty, it is our responsibility to heal ourselves, to forgive what has been done to the feminine for so long. And when a woman heals from that and open her heart and invite a man to heal, also to forgive himself for what has been done, and to enter in that sacredness and really join the love, the real deep of meaning of what love means and what we truly are, magic can happen. And I'm very grateful for all the women medicine around the world. And I would like to invite Michaela to share. Michaela is a woman I met 4 years ago. She came in Costa Rica, and we spent a lot of time together. She's living in Germany, and just like me, she has been very educated in a very square way, but suddenly all her life has been shifting, and now she's working with women, and she became a medicine woman. So I really would love you, Michaela, to share your experience and your journey in this red tent. You are on mute, and I don't know if you try to speak so we can listen to you. No, we don't. We don't. I think you have to get out of the Zoom and come back again. Sometimes that happens with Zoom. I also invited Pamela Burdett. She's an amazing medicine woman I met in Costa Rica. Just like me, she's not coming from an indigenous root directly, but she has been those women who had to work so hard to come back to something very natural. And I really admire her work, and I would like her to share with us what has been her journey. Pamela is working with yoni steams, and actually I received some session from her, and it has been just amazing. So can you share with us, Pamela?
Yes, thank you, Sophie, so much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I liked how you began. I came to Costa Rica 4 years ago from Minneapolis, Minnesota, and I'm a nurse. So I've always been a healer in some realm, and my experience with the spiritual world actually began when I was 9. But I grew up in a very strict religious home, and the things that I was exposed to and I saw wasn't really something I felt comfortable sharing. So fast forward to my nursing career. I worked in pediatric ICU, cardiovascular critical care, and post anesthesia care. And when I swiped in to start my shift, my soul swiped out. And I did that for a long time, and I burned myself out. I was the nurse in blue scrub pants with plants in her pockets and crystals and stones, and I had them with me all the time. And I always kind of thought, they already think I'm odd. What if I fell in the hall and my sage and my basil and my rosemary and my fell out of my, then they would really know. But so I left. I left the United States. I left my job. It was not my path. And I came to Costa Rica, where I was exposed to a lot of plant medicine and cacao and things of that nature. And I met Sophie. I am a Maya abdominal practitioner. I do Maya spiritual baths with plant medicines, and as Sophie shared, I do herbal yoni steams. Now, a man can have an herbal steam too, and of course it's referred to as a pelvic floor steam. So the men can get the same energetic benefits from the plant medicine and the prayerful intentions that are placed into it as women. Our yoni is probably the most vascular tissues that we have. So when I do an herbal yoni steam, which you can do in the privacy of your own home, I always, no matter what I do, if it's for a smoothie, a spiritual bath, I always ask the plants for permission. I always go to the plant and I pray in front of the plant, and I ask the plant if it would like to participate in whatever it is I'm choosing the plant for. And so I think herbal yoni steams help nourish our vaginal tissues, while at the same time helping to heal and restore divine femininity. It is it helps to activate our connection to our higher divine self. And I really think is a really, really important act of self-love. And so in the physical sense, it can do all kinds of wonderful things. You can use a variety of plants. And of course, as with most any plant medicine, the purpose of what you're about to do does directly connect to the plant that you're asking to participate. So some of the plants that I have been introduced to here in the jungle and that I use are motherwort, horsetail, yarrow, hibiscus, lavender. There's lots of plants. And one of my teachers in Belize, my advanced spiritual healing teachers, have said that, which is so true. No matter where you are, you don't have to be in the jungle. You can be in Germany. You can be in Minneapolis. Wherever you are, there are plants that are equivalent. So and in the physical, I'm sorry, were you going to ask me a question, Sophie?
Yes, because you know that the word witch comes, I mean, not the word witch. The word witch means mostly healer and woman who works with plant medicine. But the symbol of the witch is this, I don't know the name in English, the escoba, that we just that we fly on it during the full moon.
Broom.
Yes. Yes.
Broom. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
I heard that the historically the woman, the witches, were putting inside the vagina or were doing some steams with psychedelic plants. That's why this symbol, because we were literally flying, and we were using this tool to push inside of our vagina the psychedelic plants. So is it true? Is it just a legend? I have no idea. But what I experienced once, and I don't know if you have experience with different plants, but I already had an experience, and I did myself a steam with a plant that the name is Zacate chichi. And it's a plant who comes from Mexico, and I mean, we have a lot or in Costa Rica also, and it grows all around my house because I love this plant and I do a lot of ceremony with this plant. And once I asked to myself, oh, why if I use this plant in a yoni steam? So I did it, and I went to bed, and I had amazing dreams.
Wow.
So, have you ever tried to use a kind of psychedelic plant for steam, for yoni steams? That's my question.
I have not personally, but it's all around me. So now I'm rather intrigued to try that. And of course, everything that you shared is absolutely true, because the plant medicine, as we all know, is so strong. And I once had a client who was kind of struggling with her sexuality and her femininity, and she was kind of stuck there, and she wanted to be able to open up to that part of her more. So I used certain plants. I used Damiana, hibiscus, and she had a really wonderful, she probably sat on the steam chair for about half an hour or so. And afterwards, I asked her how she was, and she kind of squirmed around a bit. And she goes, well, I don't know what you did, but I feel really kind of sexually activated. And so that hopefully answers part of your question, in that, yes, I have not personally had that, but any plant material that you use, you know, of course, the properties of that plant are going to surge through us. So I really think that's cool that you did that. And you and I know that there's a lot of psychedelic plants all around us here. I'm on the Caribbean, and when I came, I was instructed, don't eat that plant right there because you'll take off all your clothes and you'll just go running down the center of the street. So I'm kind of excited to go outside and pick something and see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you and introduce you, Michaela, if you can talk and try if your microphone is working now.
Okay, I try it again. Can you hear me?
Yay! So I'm so excited that you show up for this Red Tent Woman Medicine, because I know you for 4 years now, and you are coming from a very how can I say that? A very matrix capitalist. I mean, you were working and on TV show and stuff like that in Germany, and when you came to Costa Rica and you discover the nature and your own nature, you had a complete shift in your life. And I guess that some plant medicine helped you also. But now I would love to hear you, because it's interesting how from this conditioning you had, you completely changed your life and connected with your femininity, and now you're working with the femininity and so many women. So I'm very excited you're here.
Thank you very much. So it's a pleasure for me to talk and to share my story with you. So like Sophie said, I came to Costa Rica 3 or 4 years ago, 3.5 years ago. And my path led me to Sophie. And I grew up here in Germany, and I don't know if you know any Germans. They are very like this, very straight, so you have to work. You're always in your head. Don't show feelings. And I followed this way many years. I made a career. I worked as a TV director. I'm still working because I have to earn money too. But I want to change my life more. And so I decided to begin to work with women. And I'm very grateful to be on this path now. And I'm very grateful to met Sophie, because she still has a very, very, very big part on my way. And so let me begin. I made different journeys with plant medicine, shamanic journeys, and that was the beginning. But the biggest and life-changing journey was the journey with the yoni egg. So we began with the black obsidian, and this brought me to my femininity. Yes, back to my femininity. Brought me a lot of self-confidence, to believe in my power, to believe in my femininity, to believe in myself, to believe in my past. And to respect myself. And this was life-changing too, because I recognized that I had no respect, neither for me, then for my yoni, because I get all my self-confidence, all my love from fast sex. How do you say it? One night stands. Just so, okay, I don't feel good. I go out, I go to a club with my friends. Let's see what happened. And then I spend the night with a man I didn't knew. And it was so, oh, I'm back, I'm beautiful, da da da. But 1 week later, it was so, and I recognized that I don't get all the love and all the self-confidence, all the trust, all we need. I can get from sex with foreigner. I just can get it from myself. And so this for me was very life-changing. So now I respect myself, and I let all the fast sex, all the one night stands, I don't have it anymore. So sometimes I'm living the life like a nun. And yes, this was the Black Obsidian. Then I did the second journey with the jade. Jade. How do you say in English? Jade. Jada.
Jade.
Jade egg.
The green one.
The green one, and this brought me back to my roots and brought me to my work I'm doing now, because I was in a very nice place in the nature here in Germany with some women. We did a women's circle there. And during a meditation, I received a call. And I heard a voice very, very clear. Michaela, you have to bring this journey, this beautiful journey here to Germany. And I was so, oh my God, the Germans, you know, they don't believe in stuff like this. They are, so, and then I came, you have to put a stone in your yoni. So even the Germans don't know what a yoni is. And then I come, so you put a stone in your yoni and you will be healed. So I thought, okay, this will never ever work. But I had to try it, because I had this voice and I heard this voice very clear. And then the next day I was writing, Sophie, we have to talk. It's very urgent. And then we talked, and this connection we had was very, very beautiful, because Sophie at the same time had the feeling that somebody will come to her and to I don't know to say in English. I'm sorry, my English is not the best. To ask her to educate her in this beautiful ritual, in this beautiful journey. And so we made the third journey with the rose quartz we made together. I had this beautiful education from Sophie. And so I felt ready to start it here. And now we are 13 women. And it's so amazing, because I have women in my circle who never meditated, who said, okay, Michi, I heard about this, or Michaela, I heard about this. I read your invitation, and my first thought was, okay, now she's really crazy. And this is too crazy for me. But I heard a call, and I feel I have to do this. And this is so amazing that now some women are already spiritual. There's a yoga teacher, for example, but there are women in my circle now who are at the first, who make now with me her first steps on their spiritual path. And this is very beautiful because they feel what power the yoni egg has, and that is a very life-changing medicine and a very life-changing tool to get back to your femininity and to your power as a woman. And that as a woman, you can reach everything you want. And yeah, this is it's so amazing because almost every day another woman came to me, oh, I heard about you, you have made this amazing journal with the Joni egg, I want to do this too. And so I feel that this was that a little changing in the thinking here in Germany. And this is Germany, or the German people or the German woman more and more get more open for this beautiful medicine and this beautiful way to heal yourself.
Yeah, I think actually, Michaela, what I can just see from a higher perspective is how one woman can just go back to what she truly is and become again the medicine woman that we all are inside of us, and what we are creating with the red tent and the woman circle and all the woman medicine we carry and we share is a kind of, we become like weavers, you know, and we are like little spiders weaving a big red of wisdom. And it, at this point, it doesn't matter if it's not if it's a medicine, another medicine, if it's a plant, if it's an egg. I think what is so beautiful behind word is to just feel how these seeds are being planting and keep going planting everywhere. And I always say that my purpose is to share with with all the women I can, and until the last woman on earth will not heal and will not forgive and will not come back to herself and her true self, I will not end. It's not possible. I will come back in the next life. But it's so important that we carry this wisdom. We are so deeply connected with nature. We are so deeply connected with the plants and all the wisdom behind. But when we disconnect, because our education, because our beliefs or whatever, or the religion also, we cannot be happy. There's no way. I mean, when I was working in France, building golf course, and I was like a man, and acting was like a man, I was not happy. I was making a lot of money, yes, but I was not happy. Something so important was missing in my life. And I really feel that we are really doing a huge change in this humanity, just being who we are. So I don't know what if one of you want to share right now. Lorena, if you want to share also your perspective, because I know you're living in Mexico, and actually the obsidian egg, and we were talking a lot about obsidian egg, comes from the country you are from, and it has some very important codes. I believe in codes and information and energy. So you want to share something, Lorena?
Hello, thank you. Well, I'm really grateful to be here, and about the red tent or the medicine from our sexual energy. I always trying to understand the different healing of crystal therapy. So I was living for 3 years in a camp in Arizona that are all the miners and all crystal healers from around the world. His name is Quartzite, and then is the Tucson show. So in this gathering, I was studying different significance of the stones. I know there is so many uses for the eggs, but I have also another friends that are using the spheres. So I have many spheres of different colors also to use as a crystal healing. But also I know about the crystal schools. So it depends what is the calling you are feeling, no? Like the heart, so many have hearts. The other girls has the egg. In my experience, I have spheres and crystals and wands. So I like to use, and others are in shape of a phallic organ. So it doesn't matter what is the shape of the crystal. For many other reasons, other masters of medicine, they are like I'm not really understand why did you put it inside of you, but it's okay. And then when I started studying these crystals, I joined to the crystal therapy and crystal healing of the school of Dial Walker. That is one of the masters with the crystal schools and the levels of crystal healing. And he is the legend that he owns one of the sacred Asian crystal school. So in Mexico, we have different meanings of about to the obsidian and jade and cinnabar. And I prepared a retreat in Mexico and was an Olmec and was a beautiful mask of amethyst. Is one of the most ancient masks. I never saw a super um, lapidary like in those times. What kind of lapidary skills they were using? But most of these stones or masks or elements that are for rituals is that connection with the sacred crossing of to be in the astral projection. So I think we have different bodies. In Mexico, we normally don't are connected with this kind of like X. We are more connected with cubes and spheres. So in one of the tombs, like all these stones are connected with what is the meaning of to return under the earth. So for me, it's like a Mother Earth is this spaceship or mothership we are, and we have also the power of to bring life. And sometimes friends of mine are male. They are like, I have a dreaming that I was pregnant, and I was like, oh, that is interesting. Not also the mm, kind of like a symbolic meaning of the dreams. And for me, when you sleep with an stone inside of you, or another friends are like you need to use it. In the past many years ago, I was having a boyfriend. Then he was a dancer of the bear dance, like a medicine bear dancing. and he buy this egg, and he was like, I give you this egg for you. And I was like, what is this for? And he was like, you need to put it on you to clean all your energy of all your past relationship. So I want to be with you like clean and this path, no? So I was like, oh, okay. And was with a little um, like a brochure of Angel Michael, and I start reading it, and then I keep it with my things, no? And I'm a part of a group of dances in Mexico. Like we are praying for the for the spirits, for ancestors, and also the Christian temples or Catholic temples that were built uh, on the sacred ancient temples of Mesoamerican tribes, Mesoamerican towns. So we go there and we dance and we share, and we are always singing. They are playing the conch shells that are like armadillo or turtles or animals that has like a shell, no? So we were dancing, and I saw this guy was mentioning something about obsidian, and I went with him, and I was like, I have this black egg. What do you know about this black egg? And he was like, oh, I know the lady that invented that. And I was like, who is? Tell me more. And it's a therapist in Mexico that Ana Silvia, that rescued this tradition from a connection of Isis, the goddess Isis and goddess Aishat and Osiris. And I'm really interested in to know more about this, but I never use it. So I was like a breaking up with this boyfriend, especially because I think, okay, I'm gonna not put it inside of me, but I'm gonna keep it with me in all my ceremonies of dances, no? Because we dance many different days, no? So I was keeping that egg with me, and I was praying from Quetzalcoatl, that is Kukulkan or sacred dragon. We believe in the power of Quetzalcoatl, that is the cosmic dragon. And I've practiced, and I'm a Mayan priestess working with Kukulkan and Itzapna. And it's for me, it's like the Milky Way, or when the priestess came from the this cult of to believe that the the sacred masculine energy came from the sky, because in my religion or in my theology and my understanding of the triangle or sacred family, women, we are from the earth. No, we are super earth race or beings, but I think the guys or men, they are from the sky. They came from the exterior, and it's really curious because in all these traditions and medicine and rituals and dances, it's always the godfather that came, and then when it's connected with the woman, create the son, and they start building this family on the earth. So many traditions in Mexico work with this symbolic understanding how we're created. First were so many tribes, everybody was women. There were like a tribes of totally women, and in another regions in Europe there were also tribes exclusive from women. And then suddenly one guy appeared and was all messed up. So I'm like, oh, okay. So I think we need more time to understand what is the role of us to also probably this is really, I also am working right now. That is like my husband as a professional, no? So in the communications. And then I'm like, oh, I cannot communicate with you. What is this situation? And it's like, okay, maybe it's something we need to fix to work. And we are using shamanism to make it happen. We are using it crystals, we are using in jewelry or objects or sacred elements we can share. Like, I give you this talisman, I give you this stone of power. So I think, like, if when you have a partner ready to understand, that is when the alchemy is starting.
Yeah,
And
it's beautiful.
so this is like my brief, like.
And I think it's our purpose as women, you know. It's really rare that a man uh, is already ready to say to you, hey, use a hug. I'm going to give you a hug, and you're going to heal your past relationship. And wow, that's beautiful. I mean, if you attracted this man in your life, you're an amazing woman. You're a goddess. Because yeah, because I think that we tend to be the one as women who are always offering something more spiritual, more. That's my feeling. I don't know if all of us we feel the same, but that's my feeling, that I'm always the one who is doing my inner work, my spiritual work, and offering tantra and offering a sacred sexuality or something more around the sacredness. I really love your share, Lorena, about that, because it's beautiful to witness that. And we don't have a lot of time still, but I would love also to present you Mariana Verdejo. She's living in Mexico also, and she's running a Flor de la Vida retreat in Mexico. She's working a lot with women and women's circle, and actually, Mariana, you have experience with ovarian breath work and all around divine feminine, and I would really love to listen how the medicine or the plants and the integration and all of that, how you integrate all of that in your life. Actually, this is very interesting topic. I mean, we could spend hours in a red tent speaking about so many topics, and it's so beautiful to listen all the women, but we have to go to an end. So Mariana, can you share with us? We don't hear you, honey. You have your micro off. Thank you.
Now can you hear me? Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you I'm super grateful to be here. Hello, everybody. Well, and answering your question about how plant medicine have helped me to integrate this knowledge and this process in my body. Well, it's been and it is a long journey, and mushrooms actually they are the ones who brought me back into my body. After many years of depression and disconnection and numbness, and thanks to a very low dose of mushrooms, actually, very in an unexpected way, I started to feel again. I started to feel emotions. I started to feel alive, I felt gratitude for the first time in, I can't remember how many years, but at least more than 10 years. And I didn't know I was able to feel this. I just started feeling that, because when I was younger, society teaches you that those are drugs and they are bad and you can stay in the trip, so stay away from there. And after I started feeling myself, thanks to the medicine, I had to do something with everything I was feeling. And that's when I started this inner journey. And in general, plants have helped me to open, help me to be open to the messages that I need to receive from other sources and from my inner self. Help me to communicate in circles with my sisters. And the most important is to help me, giving me the how to, not just like, okay, I feel. Yes, but what are you going to do with that? How are you going to serve the world with all that you have inside? How are you going to go outside and be nice to your neighbor and be accountable for your behavior and take care of your body and pay attention to it and connect with the moon and with my moon and with nature and with my sisters and with my brothers and with everything. So I think they help me get the message, but at the same time, they help me to understand how to apply it.
Mm-hmm. I would like to share with you something that make me completely understanding the meaning of the word shaman. The first time I did a yoni egg ritual, that was like 15 years ago. And it's just because an indigenous woman in Venezuela told me about, oh, mijita, you have to put something in your vagina and you're going to clean. And I was like, wow. And at this time, it was more like 15 years ago. It was really far away. And at this time, I was a real warrior. I was like, yeah, I'm going to do that. I want to heal. So I found an egg and I started to put my egg inside my vagina with no ID, no guidance, no support. I was alone, and I had no idea about what was going to happen. And the first night, nothing happened. The day after, my egg just get out. I go bed again, and during all the night, I've been doing a nightmare, an horrible nightmare. And every night during 6 nights, I was doing the most horrible nightmare, and it was the same nightmare again and again and again. But I had more details. It was more and more like lucid, and it was just scaring me so much. The last night, the night number 7, I woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm completely wet. I'm checking, and I am completely paralyzed. And I said to myself, this is the egg. And the egg is black. This is evil. I have to take it away and stop that. And I did it. And I had no idea what I did. And some time later, I see this woman again, and I explain her what I was doing. And she said to me, mijita, estás loca. You're crazy. You cannot keep going doing that alone. Here in the tribe, we are all women together, and we hold each other. And you have to have an elder holding that for you, and blah, blah, blah. And she was like completely mad with me. and I said to her, okay, so I need help. And okay, many years later, I was with my mom, and my relationship with my mom always have been very complicated because she's a witch, but she rejects herself and her witchy magic. And so she rejects everything from me because I'm a witch and I'm very magical. So she doesn't want to know anything about me. That's very painful. And at the same time, that's my challenge in this life, has been just shifting all that. I was the black sheep. I was feeling the black sheep, and now I'm feeling the white angel. So everything is okay. But at this time, that was like 15 years ago, I sit in front of my mom. I was studying nutrition, and I was actually helping a woman with a cancer, and I was writing to her and telling her how I was really feeling that using a yoni egg, obsidian yoni egg, would help her. So my mom asked me, what are you doing? Like, what is that? And I'm like, oh, Mom, that's crazy. I mean, I have an experience with that is completely amazing. I want you to listen that. And I start to explain my mom the nightmare I was doing many years before. And my mom, I never saw my mom crying. She always shout and scream, but I never saw her like vulnerable and crying. And for the first time in my life, I see my mom having tears, and she's like paralyzed. Her face changed totally. And the dream was, I was on a table and there were a man from the Second War with a mask, a gas mask, and he was just torturing myself. In my vagina, he was putting like iron and torturing myself inside of me. It was like killing me from inside. And I was like, yeah, it was a torture. And when I explained her that nightmare, she just cried and doesn't say anything. And she's like just white. And I took her hand because I felt that something really important, perhaps the most important secret in the family, was just unfolding. Okay. And my mom said to me, okay, I have to tell you something. There is a big secret that I never told to anybody. And I think your dream is about what happened to me before, I mean, after you born and before your brother born. So technically, I was born, I was like 3 years old, and my mother got pregnant again, but they didn't want this baby. Between my mom and my dad, things were really going bad, and they decided to abort. But at this moment in France, abortion is forbidden. And they asked the doctor to help. Hey, please, we need you to help. And the doctor said, I'm sorry, to my dad, you're a lawyer, you make a lot of money, what is your problem? You will have this child, you can afford for it. And my mom was like, no, we don't want, it's going bad between us, and I already have little Sophie, and it's too much. And so they decided to do it themselves. So my mom literally have been aborted by my dad. And my dad has been doing the Second World War. My dad was, my dad was having this mask many years before. So what I tap in doing that ritual and doing this amazing healing, I just tap in something, in an information that was in my DNA even before I born, when that experience I've been after my birth, okay? But I already carry that experience inside my DNA, and I was cleaning that DNA experience information through this deep healing. So I mean, I understood in that moment the word shaman. Shamanism is the traveling between dimension, time, and space. And I really understood that time doesn't exist, space doesn't exist. And if we as women, we clear something, we heal something, that has, as the indigenous wisdom say, that has consequences for 7 generations before us and 7 generations after us. So I wanted really to share that, because this is completely magical for me. And I'm going to give the stick to Mariana, because it's time for us to close. And Mariana had a beautiful meditation she wanted to share with us for the closing. Thank you, sisters.
Okay. Everybody, sit down straight. If it's possible, put your feet on the ground. Align your back, your head. You can shake a little bit in order to release some extra tension of being here, sitting down. And just rest your hands on your legs. Close your eyes. And first, exhale through the mouth all the air that is already in your body. Then inhale through your nose, filling your abdomen, opening your ribs, your body with prana, with life, and exhale again. One more time, take a big, deep breath. And as you exhale, try to release and relax your body. One last time, breathing in and breathing out. Keep breathing in your rhythm, feeling your body expanding and relaxing as you breathe out. And visualize a silver string coming from the sky, coming from the moon. And this string is coming down towards your crown chakra and going inside of your head, going all the way down to your heart. You can visualize the sensation of the string. How does it feel? That string coming from the moon, going to your heart, beating with your heart. And the string keeps going down to our wombs. And we feel the string traveling from our womb down through our pelvic floor, going down into the ground, into the earth, traveling all the way down to the heart of the earth. Visualize the string connecting with the heart of the earth and beating with it. And now start visualizing this string connecting with the string from all of our sisters, weaving together. A beautiful silver web. Feel how it moves, how it weaves with our sisters, with each other. With the air, with life. Now the string comes out from that beautiful web, start traveling back up from the heart of the earth, up all the way through our vagina channel, our womb, and back to our heart. And keep it there. Keep that connection with the earth, with our sisters, with life, remembering that we all are one. We all are connected. And in your time, start moving your body slowly, coming back to your physical body without losing that sensation of your heart. And open your eyes and smile.
Thank you, Mariana. Thank you, Plant Medicine. Thank you, Jonathan, for this beautiful space you created for us, women in the red tent. Thank you, sisters. Thank you, brother, for doing your work and be medicine woman and medicine man. Aho.
Aye.
Aho.
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 Amazing meditation. Thank you so much. There is a main ceremony happening in the World of Wisdom Gathering. What we're going to do is we're going to close this room, go there for about 40 minutes, and then I put a new, let me see. I think I can stop the stream. Okay, we're going to stop the stream for about 45 minutes.